A very warm welcome to Farmers Cross. We are live for the final MCU Premier Division match for these two teams. It is Cork Harlequins versus Limerick Cricket Club. Limerick making the journey down to Cork for their final Premier Division match. Same too for Cork Harlequins. Lot to play for today. A win for Cork Harlequins will crown them champions of the Munster Premier Division. However, a loss today for Cork Harlequins will mean that the door will open for either County Kerry or Cork County. We will keep you up to date with the likely scenarios that might happen throughout the day. An absolutely beautiful day up here in Cork Harlequins. You can see on your display there, we have one camera, the purple stumps at both ends of the 22-yard strip, the white side screen in the background. And very shortly in the foreground you are going to see the players taking the field. It is Limerick Cricket Club who have won the toss. They've elected to bowl, which is a pretty good decision, I think, looking out there at the surface. Plenty of grass, a little bit soft as well. There's been a lot of dew around lately, although the weather has been good, which means as the day goes on the pitch should harden up, which means it should be good for batting later on. You can see in your display there the two umpires, Greg Scully and Ger O'Sullivan, will be taking the field. They're just inspecting the 30-yard circle at the moment, making sure that it is perfect to the metre, because we don't want the 30-yard circle to be off kilter. So there is Ger taking the field. Looks like Ger O'Sullivan will be umpiring from this clubhouse end of the ground, while Greg Scully will be at the far end of the ground, the city end of the ground. A reminder that Limerick Cricket Club won the toss and elected to bowl first. Unfortunately for Limerick, they are out of the playoff picture, as they would say in the NFL over in America. They cannot win the league, however they can have a big bearing on the outcome of it. Should they beat Cork Harlequins today, that will mean that the game down below in the Mardyke, which is Cork County versus County Kerry, becomes also important. Both teams, should Cork Harlequins lose today and Cork County win, then that will put Cork County in the box seat. However, should County Kerry beat Cork County today, then that all of a sudden will put County Kerry in the box seat. But that all hinges on what happens here, though. A loss for Cork Harlequins will be detrimental to them. A reminder that there was a MCU Premier Division match played yesterday. I think it was probably the first game played on a Saturday. Of course, all the Premier Division matches are played on a Sunday, which is not in sync with the other cricket unions. All the other cricket unions play their Premier Division matches on the Saturday, but not down here in Munster. We wait till the Sunday. And a result from that game yesterday, it was Middleton versus Cork Harlequins, and Middleton lost that game by 7 wickets. They had a bat first. They put up 130 on the board, and Cork Harlequins chased it down with only 3 wickets falling. So that game that Cork Harlequins won meant that we are up here in Farmers Cross. Should Middleton have won that match, then that would have put Cork County and County Kerry with a very good position of winning the title today, and we would have been down at the Mardyke. However, Cork Harlequins won it. They beat Middleton. That brings to an end a rather disappointing season, unfortunately, for Middleton. They have had their ups and downs, but I think it's fair to say they've had more downs than ups. In the Junior Cup, they did make it to the final. However, that was most of the success that they had. We will, of course, be reviewing all teams in the Munster Premier Division. We'll just be going through how they got on in general. Of course, there are 6 Munster Premier Division teams. If you didn't know, there's these two, Limerick and Cork Harlequins, Cork County and County Kerry, and then Middleton and County Galway. Middleton haven't had a great year, nor have County Galway, unfortunately, haven't won a game. So that's all to come in today's broadcast. I'm delighted that joining alongside is Joseph O'Mahony. He's just taken a seat. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Rodgers. How are you?
Very good. Glad to be here. You can see all the Limerick players bowling on the square. It's lots of green grass out there. Of course, it is the middle of September. We're kind of haunted that with this weather, really. Normally, we turn up at the ground for a September fixture and be waiting for the rain to clear, but not so today. There's a lovely breeze blowing across the ground. Not too windy. As the two batters make their way out to the middle, the opening batters for Cork Harlequins is Mubin Ali and Adam Hickey, two right-hand batters. Not too sure who's going to open the bowling for Limerick, however we will find out momentarily. A strong team for Limerick as well. Let's go through it. Just going to get the old bells and whistles going. So the captain is Arslan Anwar. There's Arslan Jayam, Abdul, Mir Hamza, very good players. Mir Hamza has had a very good season. Moswar Siddiqui, Safraz Rame, the veteran Shani Alam. He's played in the Munster cricket circuit for an awful long time, so looking forward to seeing Shani out there today. There's Saeed Asif Hussain, another player who's been around the block too. Nishan Kumar, Jamut Yunus, and the 12th man is Darmish. Is that correct, Joseph? Sumuk, my apologies.
Those S's do look like J's.
They do indeed.
But
so
you would have said Jafraz Ramsey if you were, or Jani for So
the old handwriting.
It's very nice, actually.
It's very nice.
That S does look very pretty cool.
So we're just looking at the team sheet that was handed to us by the Limerick cricket team, and they've got very good handwriting. So it seems. So anyway, enough of the handwriting. Looks like it's going to be Mir Hamza who's going to be opening the bowling. Is that correct, Joe? Yeah, Mir Hamza opening the bowling. You can see him there. He's very distinguishable by the turquoise elbow guard. I've never seen that before, turquoise.
Very nice.
I've seen white.
And one arm.
On his bowling arm.
Yeah. Ooh, will that put off the bowler or the batsman, I wonder? Will there be controversy at the start?
Well, who was it? It was the Australian batter, I think was it Bevan.
Yeah.
He told Courtney Walsh to take off his wristband because he was putting them off, and which triggered a very fiery spell from wasn't Courtney Walsh, was it? Well, one of the quick West Indian fast bowlers. So as I said, you're very welcome along to this MCU Premier Division match, the last fixture for these two teams. Of course, we will keep you up to date on the big match down below in the Mardyke, County Kerry versus Cork County.
Yeah, just an update there. Kerry have won the toss and have elected to bowl. I would assume that it's the same conditions as it is up here, so quite a good toss to win today and to bowl first. As Rodders pointed out earlier on, nothing between all these teams, especially down the dike today. Anybody who loses, even up here if Cork Harlequins lose, there'll be repercussions, and that could leave Cork County or County Kerry in the back door.
Absolutely, lets the door open for those two teams. However, it is Mir Hamza to Mubin Ali, and he's got him. First ball. Mubin stands there, looks at the pitch, but it was a wonderful delivery from Mir Hamza. What a start for Limerick. 1 wicket down, 1 delivery gone.
I think Mubin tried to play at that. I think he should have just got his body behind it, see how the wickets were playing. What a start for Limerick and for the young bowler. Brilliant start.
Well, Mir Hamza has had a wonderful start to this game. He's had a wonderful season in general, and he's just carrying on. The top of off stump, not the delivery you want to be getting first up. Looked like that one jagged back from off the seam, so already a bit of seam movement from this surface to be expected. There's plenty of grass on this surface.
I don't know what they're looking at.
Wonderful start for Limerick. Brilliant delivery from Mir Hamza, getting his team off to quite literally the perfect start. Mubin Ali goes for a golden duck. So Adam Hickey, he's at the non-strikers end and has already got a new partner out there to keep him company. It's going to be Ryan Joyce. His first season with Cork Harlequins has cemented that number 3 position. And Mir Hamza, well, he'll be looking to go again. Just moving the side screen. Side screen at both ends. So didn't even get a chance to go through the fields. There are 2 men outside the ring. That is a fine leg and a third man. A slip and a gully waiting. Here comes Mir Hamza. Pushed to the onside. Min-on feeling that ball. That is Safraz there, I think. Feeling that delivery. What a start for Limerick. This pitch is just to the right of the artificial mat. That artificial is right in the centre of the ground, so quite even boundaries. Both straight and square. Wide ball outside the off stump, and Cork Harlequins are underway with a wide. So a slip and a gully waiting. There's a square leg, mid-on, mid-off. And I was just looking for an extra cover. Extra cover is close, so there's actually 3 catching fielders. Lots of oohs and ahs. Lovely delivery. Beating the outside edge of the bat that time was Mir Hamza. So as we said, Joe, even boundaries on all sides. However, when we arrived here this morning, the boundaries were right in.
Yeah, there was an under-17 match there yesterday, and the boundaries were still there after that game. So I was there wondering, are the ones actually going to do a bit of work today? And it's well struck.
Played through the vacant mid-wicket region. Looking for 2. And Adam Hickey will get back. Good running there from Cork Harlequins. First runs off the bat. That's 2 for Ryan.
I wonder, has Mir Hamza bowled his finest ball of the day already, the first ball?
Don't think so. Don't think so. I think he's got plenty more in the locker. Good looking shot there from Ryan. Mir Hamza just drifting onto the pads. But I like this field, Joe. Leaving mid-wicket open. And a wide outside the off stump. So I think both teams know the significance of this game. I think although Limerick, they're not in the running this season. However, they would love to throw a spanner in the works and derail Cork Harlequins' charge. That delivery kind of looped to the wicketkeeper, really. I think it's a good toss to win. Arriving on a mid-September morning, seeing plenty of grass on the surface. Not quite as hard as earlier pitches during the summer, but of course the temperatures have dropped significantly since 6-8 weeks ago. So the surface isn't as rock hard, meaning plenty of assistance to the bowlers. That's the 3rd wide now for Mir Hamza.
I think Mulbeen will be kicking himself now if he just avoided that first ball duck.
Really was a perler, wasn't it?
Oh, it
was a beautiful delivery. Nipping back off the seam, taking the off stump.
Top of off. That's what every bowler's dream is, taking top of off.
Bit of width outside the off stump. And it's cut away by Ryan. That's the first boundary of the morning then, or the afternoon, I should say. And, well, that's the end of the over. And after the first over, it is 9 for the loss of 1 wicket. Well, they have called over, so... Well, Joe, you're doing a lot of hand pointing here. What do you think?
There's one to come, I can tell you that. There is definitely one to come.
So this game is also live on NV Play. Just looking over to our left-hand side. The devices are out for the NV Play app.
And NV Play agrees with us.
Yeah, I think they were 1 short. Not to worry, though.
Mir Hamza will be delighted. I'll put it down as a dot into the over.
So first over done then. Looks like Shani Alam is going to open up the bowling from the clubhouse end. We said in our intro that Shani is a seasoned campaigner, been around the block many times, and it's great to see him back on the field. Bowling for Limerick. Running in from this clubhouse end of the ground, Adam Hickey to face his first delivery, and he pulls up. Not too sure why he pulled up. Maybe Adam might have pulled out at the last moment. Bit of mind games happening.
May I suggest a bit of old age?
Well, you said it, not me. Stifled appeal, heading a long way down the leg side, and that will be a leg bye. So already plenty of extras for Limerick. They'll want to keep a cap on that, of course. Extras means that a run is added to the batting side. It means that you have to bowl an extra ball, and come the end of the game could prove to be quite costly. A couple of cars coming in now. A few cars for hockey, a few for cricket. Let's hope it's the latter, as it's a lovely day to watch a game of cricket. Two high-quality teams, two teams who have met earlier on in the season as well, above in Adair. Played into the offside for a dot ball.
I can see Shani's taken all his pace off. He used to have a whippy action, and he's just trying to make the batsman play, use the deck.
Absolutely, accuracy is everything, isn't it?
Yes. It's a bit quicker there now. And for Mir Hamza as well, I think he bowled 2 or 3 slower balls that he got a little bit wrong. I think there's a plan out there. Mix up the bowling today. You can see this from Shani already.
Keeping a little bit low, I think Limerick have won a good toss here. I'm sure their opening batters are looking from wherever they're fielding, saying to themselves, thank goodness we didn't have to strap on the pads this morning, as that delivery went through at ankle height. Well fielded. Getting the ball back in quickly. That's the young man there. Fielding at extra cover. I believe that is Abdul. Abdul Khan, looking forward to seeing him bowl a few off spinners later on in the innings. Of course, spinners will be important on this surface, as they should be able to extract some bounce and maybe turn as well. Leading edge. Beats the mid-off fielder. They'll look for 2 and they will run back and get it. So again, another sign there that the ball is holding up ever so slightly in the pitch, as that Ryan tried to play that to leg, got a leading edge, got 2 runs for it. 2 overs done. It's 12 for the loss of 1 wicket here in Farmers Cross for this MCU Premier Division matchup between Cork Harlequins and Limerick Cricket Club. Limerick Cricket Club off to a cracking start. Wicket first ball. Mir Hamza bowled Mubin Ali for a golden duck. Just looking over to our left-hand side, plenty of players and also spectators who've come to watch the game, which is great. And hopefully it's the same down below in the Mardyke. People have come along to watch the cricket. That is, of course, County Kerry versus Cork County. You've got a quick update, Joe, before Mir Hamza runs in for his second over.
Yeah, just nearly 2 overs gone as well down the Mardyke, and Cork County are 9 without loss. You have Benji Maris and Robert Duggan, who are opening the batting, which is a bit unusual considering that Ross Doherty normally would be the man opening for Cork County, and Said Baka and Said Tabish Ali, the man from County Galway, who are and just as we speak live on air, it's a wicket. Sorry.
We'll get back to that. So Joe is referencing a match down in the Mardyke. That's a dot ball outside the off stump. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, actually it was Niall Donnelly. Just as Niall Donnelly had opened, which is very unusual as well. And it's Tabish Ali, bowled by Tabish Ali for a duck. So it's just Robert coming in now and Benji Maris. I don't see some of their players that normally would be playing, aren't playing. Some of the first team players. It almost looks like a seconds, thirds team out there today.
Swing and a miss. Expansive stroke there from Adam Hickey early in his innings. Of course, not off the mark yet. He's faced 3 deliveries. I think definitely the order of the day is to win the toss and bowl. That's what County Kerry did down below in the Mardyke. That's what Limerick did up here. The two visiting teams, of course, County Kerry coming from Tralee and Limerick coming from Adair, or probably the city, made their trip down to Cork, and both have gotten off to a great start. Much better there from Adam, leaving that ball outside the off stump. A long time to bat. Of course, 50 overs is a long time to bat, and they will want to keep Limerick out on the field. On the other hand, Limerick will want to turn 1 into 2 and turn 2 into 3 and so forth.
That's a very attacking offside there that Limerick have.
You can see it in your display. There's 2 short extra covers in place. And a wide outside the off stump.
I think he needs to pull back his length a little bit to get those catchers working. If he's bowling too full, they're out of the game, in essence.
I agree. The length is going to be very important on this surface. Of course, short deliveries. Well, there you go. Yeah. Just a good length, just back of a full length. And it was very well bowled from Mir Hamza, just as you said there, Joe. Adam Hickey playing and missing at that, and right on cue, Ryan comes down to his partner, says, "How's it going? Hang in there, buddy." Wonderful bowling. A peach from Mir Hamza, beating the outside edge. He's done it a number of occasions now. A couple of wides outside the off stump, but other than that, he has gotten his side off to a great start.
It's a much better over this time from Mir Hamza. He's getting that line and length right. He's tendency to bowl the odd wide, but just the one this over. If he completes this, just one off it.
Played through the leg side, looking for 2. The chase is on. It's a long chase to that leg side boundary.
They may go for 3 here.
They don't. It's a good throw in there. That's Darmish there at mid-wicket. 2 runs off that delivery, 3 runs off the over. After 3 overs, Cork Harlequins are 15 for the loss of 1 wicket. $15 for 1 then, after 3 overs in this final MCU Premier Division matchup between Cork Harlequins and Limerick Cricket Club. You're all very welcome along. Don't know how many of you are watching in, but we'll just double check there. 22. Well, you're all very welcome to this broadcast.
And hi to Phil Insane. Love that. Who said, "Mon the Quins."
Mon the Quins. I'm sure there's a good few Limerick fans out there as well. So if you are a Limerick fan, be sure to comment in that commentary box or in that comment box there on the right hand side, and we'll give you a shout out.
Share in your WhatsApp groups as well. Stream.
So you can see in your display, Limerick have opted for those kind of 2 short extra. No, sorry, there's just 1 short extra cover, a slip. Sorry, 2 slips and a gully. So 4 catchers.
And a 45, I think, is it? Oh.
Well, Ryan could have played 2 or 3 strokes at that one. It came so slowly up off the pitch. And I think also very important, Joe, is the line of the bowlers today. Anything wide of that off stump, either be left for a wide ball, or when batters get their eye in, they'll throw their hands through it.
It's a good test for a batsman and their skills, this wicket.
Played into the leg side. Well fielded there by the mid-on fielder. Is that Sumuk?
Might be.
Yeah, Sumuk. Well fielded from him. Very important. The fielders save every run, try and build the pressure on the batter. Yorker length delivery and a good one from Shani. He's bowled well. Only 2 runs off his 1.5 deliveries. He'll be looking to finish strong. Lots of noise out there for the bowler. And so there should be. They're off to a cracking starter, Limerick, with a wicked first ball.
They're putting a lot of pressure too on the bat, these pair. Oh.
Edged. Past second slip. Will race away for a boundary. 4 overs done. It's 19 for 1.
If you're going to swing, swing hard.
Very unlucky there for Shani.
It was very low as well, that edge. But a definite edge.
So a bit of luck there for Ryan. Getting involved with the delivery outside the off stump. Unsure if it carried. As you said, Joe, it was very low.
I'd have to have a look at that again.
Action replay.
Yeah. I noticed the aircraft training school is up and running as an airplane flies past. Going on to that.
And a big shout out to Ashok Cross, saying, best of luck, guys. Come on, Limerick. So you're very welcome along, Ashok, as that ball is played to mid-on. Well, it was a good throw, but the batter is home safely.
Fine looking shot there by Adam Hickey. That'll give him a bit of confidence.
He gets off strike first delivery. That will bring Ryan back on strike with a streaky boundary. Last ball of the last over. It's one of those ones where his teammates will shout out, well placed.
Yeah.
Between first and second slip.
Yeah. Oh.
Got him! Dragged on! Ryan throwing his hands at that delivery outside the off stump. Inside edge, back onto off stump, and Mir Hamza has 2.
Good bit of bowling there by Mir Hamza. He's been persistent down that channel all day. And I think Ryan felt as though it was there to be driven. Unfortunately, I'd say he would have nipped back in a little bit to say he got the inside edge on that. He'll be disappointed. He was starting to get motoring there.
But a great delivery, though, from Mir Hamza. As you said, Joe, persisting with that line outside the off stump. And that does for Ryan Joyce. So, with the dismissal of Ryan, that means Brandon goes out to the middle. He kind of sprinted out to the middle. So, he's ready for action. And boy, is he going to be in a battle now. It's Mir Hamza with now 2 wickets for him. 2 wickets for 13 runs. Has bowled that line outside the off stump, an impeccable line, and has already done for 2 Harlequins batsmen.
Big pressure here now on Kruger. He's been the mainstay of the Harlequins batsmen for the season. Scored an important 50-odd 60 yesterday against Middleton to see them over the line. So this would be a big scalp if Hamza could pick up him quite cheaply now.
And I think you can see with the field, Joe, Limerick know that this is a key wicket.
Yeah.
It's Mir Hamza to Brandon. And Brandon with his dancing shoes on already, taking a few strides down the wicket like he's walking down in Crosshaven on the beach down there.
We spoke about this at the last broadcast, and when we had Brandon on air, and he spoke about sometimes he gets nervous. So in order for him to get his feet moving, he'll come down the track for the first couple of overs. So we'll see if he does it again now. Yeah.
Played into the offside. 2 short extra covers in place. A slip in place. Very loud are the Limerick fielders. They have a right to be. They've taken 2 early wickets.
A lot of laughing out there.
Someone must have told a funny joke. We didn't hear it, though.
No. I think a bit of sportsmanship going on out there. Is there right? It's good to see. Competitive cricket.
Good stop from Safraz. I think he hurt his right hand there, but it was all for the team, though. bravely getting his right hand in the way, as that was well driven from Brandon, again striding down the track. I think it's premeditated, Joe. Regardless of what the bowler does, he's just going to walk down there.
What Muir Hamza now, is it in his head that is he going to bowl a bit shorter or a bit fuller now to Brandon? And
he goes full.
Yeah.
They'll be pushing for 2. There's no square leg in place. There is a fine leg in place, though. They'll be looking for 3, and they'll make it back comfortably. A good throw from Dermot right over the top. But these 2 get back for 3. And that is the end of the over. Brandon will keep strike. 5 overs done, 23 for the loss of 2 wickets here in Farmers Cross, home of Cork Harlequins cricket, for this final Munster Cricket Union Premier Division fixture for these 2 teams. Going at a run rate of 4.6 runs per over. It's great to have you all here with us. You've brought the sunshine to Farmers Cross. And I hope wherever you are, the sun is shining as well. We have an update, Joe.
Yeah, just down in down the Mardyke, Cork County now are 25 for 1 off 5. Benji Maris on 19 off 21, and Robert Duggan 2 off 5. Of course, Robert is the captain of the victorious second team, who won Division 1 there last week and won again yesterday against Nina.
2 slips, a gully, a short extra cover waiting for Brandon. 4 catchers. There's also a mid-on, mid-off, a cover fielder, a point fielder.
So the scenarios, will I go through them now?
We'll wait till the end of the over.
Keep people in suspense.
The tension is rising by the ball. That ball hit straight to cover, so only 1 camera today. So every time the ball goes out a shot, we'll try and describe the best we can as to what happened. As it happens, live.
Bill.
Bill O'Hurley, he, of course. Great broadcaster. Just like that was a great shot there from Brandon, wide of the off stump. Cut away. The fielder's in chase, but he won't get there. It will be a boundary to Brandon. And a very quick outfield, Joe, as it has been all season up here in Farmers Cross.
A bit wider there by Shani. He normally bowls middle and leg. So he'll be disappointed with himself. Gave Kruger a lot of room there to cut that shot. Little or no bounce out there. You have to play on the front foot. Did that come back in?
Looked like it moved a long way.
Yeah.
But as the pros would say, Joe, there are only 2 types of leaves.
Good leave and a bad leave?
A good one and a bad one. If it misses the stumps, it's a good leave. But of course, you don't want to be the batter who leaves that delivery on the off stump to hear the death rattle behind you. But a good leave on that occasion from Brandon. Here comes Shani again. Straight down the ground. Glorious from Brandon. Second boundary in the over. Straight drive down the ground for 4. Joe.
Full toss there by Shani. Won't be happy with himself. Still plays with a smile on the face, that fella. Has always done it.
Great to see.
Great competitor.
Mistimed to mid-on for a dot ball. 6 overs gone. 31 for the loss of 2 wickets. Six overs done, 31 for 2. Very important match, this one. Limerick trying to derail Cork Harlequins celebrations, if they can. They're doing very well so far. 2 wickets down in the first 6 overs. In the air. And it will go all the way down the ground for 6. The first maximum pitched up from Mir Hamza. And just timed away really from Adam. Didn't overhit that ball.
Yeah, he didn't.
There was a time where the ball was arcing in the air and I wasn't too sure, was the fielder circling underneath it or did it go over his head? It did go over his head. That's the first maximum of the day. It comes off the bottom of Adam Hickey as he leaves the next delivery outside the off stump. He's 9 off 10 now with 1-6 and no 4s. It's unusual you see that.
Yeah, it's a low risk shot. There's no one back on the boundary. You have two players on the leg side. No mid on, so it's not a bad shot to play.
Of course, this is the first power play. Only 2 fielders allowed outside that 30-yard circle, as that's a wide outside the off stump.
Yeah, the wicket was rolled a lot this morning, mainly in the centre, so it might be a bit low bouncing on the sides.
Don't know who the groundsman is. Need to have a word with him later on.
It wasn't me, Your Honour. I got a week off.
Your full-time job. Halfway through the 6th over, 38 for 2. A 6 and a wide in this over so far.
Yeah, renovations begin next week.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Tear up the square.
Played through the leg side.
They might hit that car there that's going down the driveway.
He stands and admires. That's 4 runs, races across the outfield for 4. No mid-wicket in place, of course, when you're attacking. Like Limerick are, that means you will have gaps in the ring, and one of them is that mid-wicket region. So, a slow start from Adam, but he's picked it up in this over. He's now overrun a ball at 13 off 12. Last delivery for Mir. Sorry, it's not. That's a dot ball. This will be his last delivery. Getting all excited. So 1 to come then. Been an expensive over, 11 from it. Short outside the off stump. The fielder's after it, and it's very well stopped from Moswar. They're looking for 3. They won't get there, so 2 off that delivery.
Brilliant bit of fielding there by Mosar.
And that's overdone. 7 overs done. 44 for the loss of 2 wickets. Well waited for there from Adam. Of course, that's what you need to do on this pitch. And umpire Scully striding over to the batters. He wants to have a word, and he has done, giving a bit of a ticking off there.
Running down the wicket, I would imagine. Rodgers.
Be sure to subscribe to the Munster Cricket Union channel. This broadcast is brought to you by Club Sportscast TV. You can see the logo there on the top right-hand side of your screen.
I think there's going to be a change of bowling here.
No, I think it will be Shani. Just the keeper's going to come up. You mentioned that he's lost a couple of yards of pace. Well, here's evidence of it.
Good spot.
I think it's one of those when it was similar when Glenn McGrath was coming to the twilight years of his career. He never liked it, though, when the keeper used stand up to his bowling.
Are you comparing Shani Alam to...
I might be to Glenn McGrath, yeah. The Munster equivalent. Top bowler was Glenn McGrath. Hit the top of off stump.
I can see the headlines now.
Although if you're Shani Alam, I think you'll most definitely put the blame on the pitch for the wicketkeeper coming up. A slip in a gully waiting, a short extra cover, kind of a short cover as well. Conceded 2 boundaries in his previous over, so he'll want to rectify that, will Shani.
Shani needs to be spot on here because there's such a huge gap on the leg side that if he strays down leg, it's going to be gone for 2 to 4 runs. Big quicker ball there.
It's interesting, Limerick have employed that tactic, not having a mid-wicket for the whole innings. They haven't had a mid-wicket.
And why would they? They don't need to. It's very
well fielded by Gully. That's Safraz there. An outside edge from Brandon, all along the ground though. Important that the batters play with soft hands, but I agree with you though. You want, as a bowler, you want the batter trying to play through the leg side on a slow pitch.
They're playing very positively.
Full toss. Misfield from the mid-off fielder, and that will result in 4 runs. So a bonus there for Cork Harlequins. What should have been a dot ball was misfielded by the fielder. I think that's Asif was the guilty party. Unlucky for him. 4 runs to end the over. 8 overs done. 48 for the loss of 2 wickets here in Farmers Cross.
Good recovery there by Cork Harlequins. They were in a bit of dire straits earlier on, but they've recovered well. Motoring along at 6 and over. And good to see that Mir Hamza is being kept on. Shows a lot of faith in the young man by his captain.
Absolutely. It's good to see bowlers running in, bowling long spells. Of course, with the advent of T20, there's this whole idea of let's do bowl 1 over spells, 2 over spells. But as a bowler, to get into the rhythm of your bowling action and your run-up, the only way to do that is bowling over after over. So it's good captaincy here, keeping Mir Hamza on for his 5th over. He's taken 2 wickets so far. And his keeping that impeccable line outside the off-stump up. Really good here from the young man, putting his team into a good position.
Of course, we got the other one, the T10. I hope some viewers were watching the European T10 Championships this week. Unfortunately, the Ireland Academy couldn't secure into the finals week. Congratulations to Spain. A spectacular.
That's a wide ball outside the off stump. Yeah, I was watching that. The final game was played under the floodlights, which not great floodlights though. I could barely see what was going on.
Yeah, but look, there were floodlights and good production values there out in Spain. Spain did really well. You could see how much it meant to them when they hit that final 6. I've never seen so many 6s in my life.
Nicely bowled, good length delivery, and the 2 batters signalling to each other that that delivery moved away off the pitch.
Well left there by Adam Hickey.
He would say it was well left. I think he played at that delivery though, Joe.
Come on. He meant that.
So plenty of movement off this surface has already done for Mubin Ali and Ryan Joyce. Mir Hamza will be looking to do the same to pick up his 3rd wicket. Through extra cover, bit of hesitation. The dive is out. It's well fielded, but the batter was home. A bit of yes, no, maybe there from Adam. Brandon was coming, then he stopped, and then he went again. He got the dive out and made it home.
What do we normally say? Don't run in a misfield. That certainly was the case there. Hesitation.
It was Ger O'Sullivan, umpire O'Sullivan at square leg, shaking his head. The 2 umpires have a long day out there. They only have split seconds to make the decision, and they don't have the use of DRS, so whatever they say goes. And looks like the wicketkeeper, he's not all the way up. He's about 2 metres back from the stumps. and safety dictates that he has his helmet on. I think a result of the pitch maybe keeping a bit low, maybe a bit indifferent bounce and indifferent carry is the reason he's taken a few steps forward.
I agree, but he stopped Brandon from walking down the wicket now, hasn't he?
Well fielded there from Moswar, fielding at point. Yeah, that's right. Brandon is staying at home these last couple of deliveries. And the key here for the batters is to wait for the ball, even in the second innings when Limerick had to strap the pads on, just to wait for the ball to come onto the bat. And a run rate of just under 5.7 means that there are runs to be had out there. Well, he'll feel as though he's missed out there a delivery on the thigh pad. Bounces into the leg side, doesn't have time to take a single. 9 overs done, it's 50 for the loss of 2 wickets. Only 1 over to go in the power play.
Down the Mardyke, Cork County are motoring along. 43 for 1 off 8.3. Benji Maris 26 and Robert Duggan 7. So, looking at the table currently, Cork Harlequins won their match yesterday against Middleton and they picked up 4 bonus points. So, in Munster, we do a percentage basically because there's some rain-offs and you have to go off what the games that you've played. So, Cork Harlequins have played 9, won 5, lost 1. So they have 118 points, which is a 79% win. Cork County are in joint second with Limerick, or Kerry, sorry, and both have 67 points. So you can see that a win down the Mardyke for either of these teams is required today for them to, fingers crossed for them, that Limerick beat Cork Harlequins.
Yeah, absolutely, Joe. Limerick will be very keen to topple Cork Harlequins today, leaving the door open for County and Kerry down in the Mardyke.
But as it stands, Cork Harlequins only need to win the game. No, they don't care about bonus points, and they'll secure the title first time in 10 years today.
Played into extra cover, fielded by Abdul. Yeah, absolutely, Joe. This competition has been dominated by Cork County. They're still in with a shout should Limerick topple Quins today, but I think it's Cork Harlequins and County Kerry are kind of they're chasing they're chasing Cork County at the moment. In the air, over the top, 1 bounce 4. Lovely looking shot there from Adam Hickey. He knows where the ball is going to be from Shani. He's being very consistent outside the off stump. Opts to just go through his stroke. That extra cover drive over mid-off and gets 4. A good comeback from Shani. Again, Adam Hickey looking to drive that ball. A bit of movement away from the right-hand bat. Of course, a couple of overs ago, Shani elicited the outside edge. That was from the bat of Ryan, and he'll be looking to do the same here with Adam.
And they've taken a slip out for Adam. They just have 1 outside the ring.
In the air and taken. Soft dismissal. Shani has his man. Adam Hickey has to go for 20. A partnership of 34 has been broken. The catch taken by Moswar at point. And after 10 overs, Cork Harlequins are 54 for the loss of 3 wickets. Adam has to go for 20.
He'll be very disappointed there with that dismissal. But fair play to Shani. He's persisted.
I think it's a case here, Joe, that Limerick are picking up wickets just at the right time. So 54 for 3 off 10 overs. Limerick picking up 3 wickets in the power play. They'll be delighted with that. And it was Adam Hickey as well. He was just getting going. 20 off 23 deliveries. 2 fours, 1 6.
The question is now, will the captain keep Mir Hamza on? I don't know what the rule is. It 6 overs that he can bowl because I think he's under 18.
Under 16.
Okay, so 6 overs is the max he can bowl on the trot. So he's got 1 left.
So the wicketkeeper is Yunus. He'll be up to the stumps again. It's going to be a new bowler. Here comes Asif. Saeed Asif Hussain. Again, another gentleman who's been around the block with that iconic action. You'll see it there now in a moment. I remember many years ago, myself and Asif used to play on opposing teams. That would have been the Limerick Raiders at the time. And you can't quite see it. Maybe just on the right-hand side of your display would have been the old mat. So bowling is off spinners. Short delivery. Cut away from Brandon. The chase is on. A quick outfield here in Harlequins, but it will be chased down. That's 2 for him. And looks like Asif has changed his action just a little bit. He's bowling off. He's now used to bowl seamers back in the day. Short again. Cut away. Chase is on for Shani. He just to the left of him, though. Can't cut it off, and that will be 4 runs to Brandon. His 4th boundary. He moves on to 21. So yeah, that's Arslan. To the attack. He's gone 2-4, so he'll be looking to pitch that ball up. Good shot there from Brandon. Played into the leg side this time. A deep square leg is out. That's Monswar. So this bowler is Arslan. So Arslan Anwar, the captain, bringing himself on. I'm sure we'll see Asif later on in the innings.
And you played with this guy before, did you, Rodders?
Against him.
Against him.
Against him. Not with him, against him. So Devon is going to join Brandon out there. He's been... well, no, I won't say that. Blocked into the leg side for a dot ball.
What were you going to say?
So 1 to come in this over then. So this is the second power play, which means 4 fielders are allowed outside the ring for Limerick. Full outside the off stump, driven through point. It will not make it well fielded out there, but the batters will come back for 3. So that's well fielded there. 3 to end the over. An expensive first over from Arslan Anwar. The score is 64 for the loss of 3 wickets off 11 overs.
He won't be happy with that start, Arslan. Shani there having a quick chat with him.
And that was Sumuk who did the fielding there at point. So this is Asif coming on from the clubhouse end. My apologies. I genuinely thought Asif was coming on from the city end. But I think while Arslan had his cap on, I think that's why I got it mixed up.
He went with the fashion trend from Kerry. With
yes,
bowling
indeed.
with the cap backwards.
Sorry about that.
The Kerry fashion trend.
So Arslan bowling with his cap backwards.
I'm sure London Fashion Week is on, and some of the Kerry players were there walking, strutting their stuff.
They'd have
down the catwalk.
They'd have a good chance of winning, I'd say, with Kerry.
Yeah, with the hats. 2 umpires chatting to each other now. How many overs you have? I have 10. I have 11.
Just getting on the same page so that they're singing off the same hymn sheet. So it is going to be Asif Hussein, as I was saying, an over previous to this one. A gentleman who's been around the block quite a long time now. Used to play with the Limerick Raiders back in the day, and well...
What's going on here?
It looks like the umpire is approaching us. Joe, you might have to go over there and sort it, and I'll keep going. So not too sure. The umpire, Joe Sullivan, has approached the commentary position. Not sure why. And we'll just take a quick break. We're all sorted then. That indiscrepancy was sorted out. Umpire O'Sullivan came to ask us a question. Not sure why. We're not the official scoreboard.
I think what happened was that so Asif has another name, and they put down the other name when they were recording it, and they just weren't sure, was he on the list?
He is, and that iconic action as he runs in. Devon on strike, so yeah, good to see him out there. As I said, he'd have played here in Cork Harlequins many, many years ago, playing with the Limerick Raiders at the time. That's a dot ball, so 2 dots to start off Asif's spell. Be interesting to see here after the first power play if the run rate increases or decreases. Of course, more men can be outside the circle now. That's a full toss played to mid-on.
You're right with that unusual run-up. It's kind of like a stutter at the end. Or he slipped on the banana skin.
It's like Mario Kart.
Mario Kart.
Yeah, kind of hops twice on the 1 foot. But it's not his right foot, it's his left foot.
Michael Flatley would be delighted. Good old Michael Flatley. I think he held the world record for the number of taps in a second.
Oh, did he?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Twinkle toes.
Full outside the off stump. There is a sweeper back there, has a lot of work to do. But he does well to cut it off, but not before Brandon and Devon come back for 2.
Huge throw there by the fielder. Yeah, I think millions he got his legs insured for because of the dancing. Lord of the Dance.
Lord of the Dance. It was Riverdance as well, wasn't it?
Oh, that's where he got his breakthrough.
That's where he got his breakthrough. And then Lord of the Dance.
He was also a champion boxer in his day as well. And owned Mallow Castle.
Yes, I knew he owned a castle.
Yeah.
I just wasn't sure. Is Mallow, is it?
Yeah, okay. Near the Blackwater.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And he had a famous bar downstairs as well. I would have liked to be in there at times.
Played into the leg side, fielded there by Abdul. That's the end of the over. 12 overs done, 66 for the loss of 3 wickets.
And a final bit of useless trivia. He's turned into an actor now, Rodders. He's got his own film.
I was just about to reference the film. Have you seen it, Joe?
No, I haven't, no. It's been played in Dublin, all right. It hasn't reached Cork shores yet.
The real capital.
The real capital's shores yet.
Brandon just getting a drink of water there. He's on 22 off 22, a run a ball with 4 boundaries. Devon just gotten out there. He's 5 off 9, a partnership of 12. But it's interesting, all famous people always have their own bars, don't they? There's the late, great Paudie Shays down below in Ventry or Countrell.
Yeah.
Much better from Arslan starting his second over. His first over went for 10. I think Pat Short had a bar in Ballina in Tipperary.
Was that not
Or could be someone else.
Castlemartyr?
Castlemartyr. That's it.
And of course, as you go up the ladder, then some film stars won soccer clubs. Wrexham, for example.
Push down the ground for one. Long off and long on. They're kind of quarterways. They're not all the way back on the fence. That'll bring Devon back and strike.
Of course, Freddie Flintoff. He's another one. He owned, I think, shares in the Players Bar near Altrincham in Manchester.
Nicely bowled from Arslan. He's kind of got his line. Ooh, well kept there from Eunice, the wicketkeeper. The throw was a little bit to the left, but he hauled it in.
Do you think Arslan now might think about having a slip in place here?
For action, short blocked from Devon. Yeah, absolutely. You can see both batters, they're trying to get onto the front foot for obvious reasons, trying to smother the spin. But for the delivery that goes straight on, yeah.
He's found the edge now 2 or 3 times in this over. I'd nearly bring in the slip into play here.
Maybe for the next one. 13 overs done, 67 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Good over there by Arslan. Has recovered well.
So crowd building nicely. A couple of people have the deck chairs out. And we have an update from down the hill.
Yeah, another wicket loss there for Cork County. Benji Morris is gone. And guess who's got it? One of Kerry's best bowlers for the last few years, Yaqub Ali. So Benji Morris made 26 of 38 balls with 4 fours. And Robert Duggan's still there, 11 off 21. And Sunil Gautam has joined Robert.
As Asif is in for his second over, pushed into mid-on for a dot ball. Yeah, it's interesting, no doubt. County, Kerry and Cork County are keeping tabs on this game happening up here, knowing that any slip up from Cork Harlequins, they could take advantage of that.
Yeah.
And deep cover is back on the fence, so that will be a single to Brandon. Plenty of time to bat for these two. They'll be thinking about batting long, whereas on the other side of the coin, Limerick will be looking to first hold the run rate back and then try and make a few more breakthroughs wide outside the off stump. Devon threw that stroke a bit too early. I think it's been a common thing here, Joe, where when the batters have waited for the ball to come onto the bat, they've got their reward. Anytime they've pushed at the ball, they've gotten themselves in trouble.
Yeah, you're right. Especially when you first get in, you need time to settle in, get the pace of the pitch and the bowlers.
Nicely bowled from Asif. This is good from Limerick, just building the pressure, joining the dots.
They're bowling with more control now.
And of course, it's important the second change, third change, fourth change, and so on. Bowlers, that they're very important to back up the opening spell.
Of course.
And those dots will elicit strokes where the batters try to attack the ball and then they miss the ball.
Create mistakes.
Absolutely. So good stuff here from Asif and Arslan. 1 to come in this over, only 1 from it so far. Runs through the offside.
Should get 2.
Looks like that is Safraz who's after it. Throws it back in. 2 runs from it. 3 runs from the over. 14 overs done, and it is 70 for 3 at quite a tense Farmers Cross. A lot of people knowing how much this game means to them, knowing that there's a lot on it in terms of the outcome of the Munster Cricket Union Premier Division. Asif there, running off to get himself a well-earned drink. As it will be Arslan championing the County Kerry School of Bowling with the Cap backwards. He must have seen the live streams, I think, Joe, and said, I want to do that.
Yeah, that's super cool.
Down the ground, long on and long off are back for Brandon, so an easy single down the ground every time. So Darmesh is the 12th man. You can walking around the ground giving his mates a drink when they need it.
He might come into shot there in a sec on your left-hand side.
And also you can see the 12th man for Cork Harlequins as well, entering the field of play to give the batters a drink too. So, very important role. Very important role of the 12th man, keeping the 11 on the field going. Supplying them with drinks and gloves and caps when needed and helmets when needed. So, most definitely not a bench role. Most certainly an active role. A big call of no there from Brandon, played around the corner from Devon. You can see he's getting on the front foot, Joe, but you're still not happy though. There ain't no slip in position.
No, again, see, Devon's under a bit of pressure now, and he likes to drive that ball. Especially he likes to cut balls, and I just think I'd have a slip in place. It'll put more pressure on him. You need to cut off his scoring areas to make him think differently.
71 for 3, 15 overs done. Another quiet over there. Another one ticks by.
How many runs, Rodders, do you reckon Cork Harlequins would need today? That'll be par score.
Played through mid-wicket. It's coming towards us. And it will roll into the net in front of us. 4 runs for Brandon. His 5th boundary. He moves on to 29. Just drifting onto the leg stump. Played through mid-wicket all along the ground. Beautiful looking stroke there.
It was indeed, but that was the shot he's been looking for the last few overs. As we said, there's only 1 or 2 on, it's 3 now on the leg side. Big gaps here.
And in retaliation, Limerick have dropped mid-on back to long on, and Asif now goes outside the off stump. The batters stop running. They think it's 4, and it is 4. Runs through the offside, cut away from Brandon. Moswar couldn't stop it. Back-to-back boundaries.
Nice looking shot there. He kind of waited for that one, didn't he, Rodders?
Absolutely. It's the moral of the day. If you're a batter out there, wait for the ball. What later on in the game, the surface could harden up and the carry might become a bit more consistent, but in the here and now, it's wait for that ball to come to you. So a bit of pressure for the bowler here. He bowled 2 good overs, but now has conceded 8 off his first 2 deliveries in what is now his 3rd over. Quick single, well run from these 2. Just looking through the lineup here for Limerick, a very strong team. They'll be looking to topple Cork Harlequins here. Something they're very capable of doing. Devon back on strike. He's 7 off 21. So taking his time, getting used to conditions. Well, again, lots of noise. Limerick know. I suppose every wicket is important, but the partnership of 26. They'll want this partnership broken. They don't want to let anything fester. Beats extra cover. This ball is racing along the ground and will race away for 4. What a shot from Devon. His first boundary. He moves on to 11.
He'd be happy with that. It'll settle the nerves because he has played a few dot balls in the last couple of overs, and a nice looking shot there. Again, the cover drive is one of his favourite shots.
And again, Joe, this is a lightning fast outfield. That ball all along the ground.
We can even see in the first hour how much it's dried out.
Driven down the ground. The batters thought about a single. Devon was enthusiastic. Brandon not so. 16 overs done. It's 84 for the loss of 3 wickets. And again, the 12th man is out, getting Brandon a drink of water. That's the second time in as many overs that Brandon has needed a drink.
He batted for a long time yesterday as well, Rodders. You would know could have been working as well last night. You wouldn't know.
That's it, yeah.
Or out drinking.
I'd say working more so than the other activity.
Yeah.
And for all you listening in there who do nights, I tip my cap to you. It's extremely difficult.
Excruciating. I did it for 8 years.
Yeah.
Soul destroying at times.
Not nice. Change of bowling then. Arslan Anwar, 3 overs for 12, is going to take himself out of the attack. And into the attack is Safraz Rame with his leg spin. So Safraz then, or Safraz Rame, yeah. Bowling his leg spin. He'll come in from the city end of the ground. It'll be Brandon on strike, so the ball will be turning away from the right-hand bat. Here he comes. Drifted onto the pad, played through the leg side. It's Moswar getting to the ball quickly, and it's well fielded, keeping the batters to 1. Good off-the-line speed there from Moswar.
Very good fielding. He's improved over the years, and you can see his speed has helped him. Young man there, he should be legging it as quick as possible anyway.
Well, it's interesting. All the younger statesmen out there are on the boundary. The elder statesmen are safe in the ring. Yeah. Cut away this time from Devon. A lot of work out there. And it's well stopped. That ball was travelling. Stopped by Mir Hamza out there. Good work from him. Bowled 5 overs up top. And made good ground there to keep the batters to 2. Nicely bowled from Safraz, but pushed into the offside by Devon. Beats the infield. Mir Hamza does the fielding again.
Things have quietened down in the field now for Limerick. I think they need to start encouraging their bowlers a bit more.
In the air and taken. What a catch! That is from the captain. Brandon has chipped one in the air. He has to go, and you called for it, Joe. A bit of injection of life for Limerick. Safraz has done the business for his team. It's 88 for 3. Brandon goes for 35.
That was such a lazy shot. And as you know, as a batsman, if you make one mistake, you're gone.
Wonderful catch. Arslan with the catch at short extra. We're just going to double check. Brilliant catch from him. And, well, it looks like he's hurt himself, but I'm sure he won't mind that, though. He has taken the wicket of Brandon, an important wicket. He goes for 35 off 32. So a great catch. And, well, it looked like they were going to head off for a drinks break, but they've opted against it, which means there will be 3 deliveries to go in this over. This is the 17th over. And it will be Shivam Kisley who's going to stride out to the middle to join Devon. I think there was a bit of humming and hawing as to whether they were going to go off to have a drink. They started to head off, and then someone said, let's stay, and now they're still out there. So
Surely they're not taking 2 drinks breaks today.
I'm not too sure.
Normally they take them the 17th, all right.
If there are 2 drinks breaks, yeah.
I doubt it's not that warm, I'll be honest. My hands are cold.
So it's Shivam then to face his first delivery. Edged. There was a slip in position. It went to the left of him, though. It's well fielded from Abdul. Running around from point to throw that ball back in. A good start there from Safraz, luring Shivam into the trap. He got enough edge on the bat, though, to get it wide of slip.
So slip is in place now.
Driven straight to the fielder. That's Sumuk. Fielding that ball. Normally has the gloves on, but it's Eunice today. That brings to an end the 17 over, a successful one, 89 for 4 of 17. It looked like Brandon was struggling out there, Joe. He was kind of doing stretches on his bat, bending his back.
I think it's when he had that attempted run with Adam earlier on when he slid back in. He seemed to have pulled a muscle in his back. I think the players and officials are having a chat about having a drinks break when it's about 15 degrees.
Well, they are going to have a drinks break. Are they?
They are. Here, lads.
So, well, yeah, they are going to have a drinks break. There was a lot of humming and hawing. They were walking off. They had a chat. But in the end, they've come to a decision. The umpires are still out there, so too is Shivam. But now they're going to head off. It's going to be a drinks break. 17 overs done, 89 for the loss of 4 wickets between Cork Harlequins and Limerick Cricket Club here in the Munster Cricket Union Premier Division matchup. We'll be back shortly. Was there a bit of bat involved there? No signal from the umpire, so there may have been, or it might have come off the pad as well. You're all very welcome back to Limerick versus Cork Harlequins. 17 overs done. Well, just one ball into the 18th over, 89 for 4. We'll give you an update on the County Kerry and Cork County match in just a moment. Asif to continue to Shivam, pushes the ball down the ground for a dot ball. It's been any time Cork Harlequins have tried to gain the initiative, Limerick have taken a wicket, so kind of a back and forth game at the moment, seesawing one way, seesawing the next. So both teams will want to be on the ascendancy by about 4, 5, 6 o'clock this evening. Well backed there from Abdul. The throw in from Moswar. 3 dots to start this over.
And there's another wicket gone at the Cork County match. Robert Duggan has been caught by Said Bacha. And Kashif Khan, he hasn't played in a long time.
Left armour.
Yeah, gone for 16.
Short, pulled away for 4 from Shivam. That ball sat in the wicket. And Shivam had no hesitation in dispatching it for 4 runs. His first boundary then, he moves on to 5 off 5. And the ball is stuck in the hedge, the famous hedge of Cork Harlequins, where the ball goes in and never returns. You're speechless, Joe.
I'm thinking of the movie, The Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe. It goes into a parallel universe, that's where it goes. And then we find it a year later. Rotten.
The amount of cricket balls in that ditch, which have been there since about 2-3 years previous. But we did get this ball back though. Good shot there from Shivam. The first real drag down delivery for Massive, and it got punished. Much better length there, Yorker length, fielded by Sumuk at Gully. And I agree with you though, Joe. I'm not 100% sure that drinks break was necessary. It's pretty chilly out here. The sun has gone behind the clouds.
I think I'll be going in looking for a cup of tea in a minute. Rodders, will you join me?
That's a full toss. Well fielded there from opening bowler Mir Hamza at mid-off. Kind of got away with that one, didn't he? 94 for the loss of 4 wickets. 18 overs in the books.
Confident start there by Shivam. Seems to be finding a little bit of form over the last few months.
I think it was that innings above in the Hills, which gave him a lot of confidence, scoring 36, the not out, seeing his team home. And I remember actually talking to Shivam about a week later, and he said he couldn't concentrate at work. He was still buzzing from that innings above in the Vineyards. So great moment for him, and I know that his folks were watching the live stream as well, so they must be very proud of him. And he's back in action here again today. A very warm welcome to you all, wherever you are listening. Hope you're enjoying today's coverage of Limerick versus Cork Harlequins. It's going to be a 1-over spell for Safraz after taking a wicket. He won't be happy with that. It will be Arslan with his cap backwards to come back into the attack. Driven down the ground. Shani Alam at mid-off is inside the circles, so that was a dot ball. The umpire Scully making the correct signal to the scorers that it's been a change of bowling. That's nicely played from Shivam, knocking that ball to the right of mid-wicket and picking up a single. I don't think you'd be happy with that, Joe. After taking a wicket, he went off for a drinks break and got taken out of the attack.
It's tactics. It's all tactics. He was brought on just to do a job and get Kruger.
Well, either that or he must have said something to the captain, maybe played a joke on him or something like that. That's a dot ball outside the off stump. First over from Arslan was a bit short, it was a bit wide. But since then, he's really found his length and found his line, more importantly, as well.
I noticed there that Devon is trying to give himself a bit of room. Taking his first step is backwards. This time it plays more conventionally.
Yeah, really finding his range here is Arslan Anwar. One delivery to come. Well, that's a bit short. Pulled away. A lot of work out there for Sumuk. But it's Moswar who will beat him to it. And they race back for two. 19 overs done. 95 for the loss. No, 97 for the loss of 4 wickets. Closing in on that 100 mark.
My apologies there, Rodders. I heard umpire Scully saying score, so I held off pressing that button because sometimes he might have said one short. So you have to wait for umpire Scully until he finalises his signal.
It's crucial.
It is
that you wait for the umpire. It's crucial that you wait for the umpire. You don't want to get on the bats.
Feel his wrath.
Especially not that one.
No.
That umpire, 19 overs done, 97 for the loss of 4 wickets.
He's a good umpire.
You're very welcome along. It looks like Safraz is going to change ends. So obviously, as you said, Joe, you were right. I was wrong. It was tactics. A change of end for Safraz. He's bowling his second over from the clubhouse end this time. Bowled his first over from the city end. Picked up the wicket of Brandon Kruger.
I wonder if it's because it's a bit more skiddier and low bounce down at the city end that he's changed.
Oh, well, the ball didn't go as far. Run out opportunity, could be buzzers. Well fielded. Well backed there from the fielder. It was interesting. Devon called Shivam through, but there was a bit of they weren't too sure how far the ball had gone behind the wicketkeeper. It was given as a wide, so no batter pad involved on the part of Shivam. Could have all ended in disaster, Joe.
Risky running, but nevertheless, 2 runs. And I think Arslan has moved himself into a slipped position. I'm surprised by that, personally.
That's a wide outside the off stump. Why are you surprised, Joe? Devon does push at the ball from outside the off stump, has already gotten a few edges.
The bounce, Rodders, you don't want to be bouncing just a fraction higher for that first slip to be in play. But
sounds a bit contradictory to me as that ball is dropped short. Cut away from Devon for a single.
I'll fight you later.
Wouldn't be like us, would it?
Oh, who wouldn't?
Few more people now.
Good to see a nice crowd out.
Yeah, absolutely.
The penultimate weekend of cricket in Munster.
And that's another wide ball. Wasn't too sure if that clipped the pad on the way through.
I thought I heard something too, but maybe it was his bat hitting pad.
The third wide of this over, so struggling with the radar a little bit. Short, well fielded from Sumuk. Doing well is Sumuk. Of course, he'd normally have the gloves on, but not today. 100 up as well for Cork Harlequins. We kind of missed it there. 102 for 4 now, halfway through the 20th over. Off the back foot, played down the ground to Arslan. Doing the fielding there, the skipper. Two deliveries to come. Dropped into the leg side. It's well run from these two. Shivam alert to the situation. And it was Mir Hamza in there at mid-wicket who they managed to pinch the single off of. 104 for 4. 1 delivery to go. Still 30 overs to bat from this point. So plenty of time for Cork Harlequins. That's well flighted from Safraz, but Shivam getting to the pitch of the delivery. Pushing it down the ground for 105 for 4, 20 overs gone here at Farmers Cross.
And another wicket has fallen down the Mardyke. This time it's Sunil Gautam, who's been caught by Imran Pathan, the wicketkeeper. Bowled by, again, Kashif Khan, who's picked up 2 now. And he was out for 8. 76 for 4 off 20. But similar things going on up here as well.
Similar point of the game. Yeah. 20 overs done here, 20 overs done down below in the Mardyke. And that's a dead ball. Not too sure why it was called a dead ball. The batter mustn't have been ready for that one, Shivam. And well, I think what happened there is that a few people were blocking the scoreboard, and of course the umpire has to be able to see the scoreboard at all times. Played into the leg side from Shivam for a single. So it's 106 for 4. And it's a change of bowling. It's Arslan to continue. Another single there for Devon this time. Devon on 19, Shivam on 10. Yeah, a few people up now. That boundary rope is well populated with peoples. No doubt they'll be looking for that bar to open sooner rather than later so they can tuck into their fizzy oranges and their penny sweets. Important now for Limerick to try and regain control of the situation. Played into the offside, fielded by Mir Hamza. One to come from Arslan. Pushed into the offside for a dot ball, fielded by Abdul. 21 overs gone, 108 for the loss of 4 wickets. We're just going to give you a quick update there on the Cork County game very quickly. Oh yeah, it's 5 down now. Ishan O'Sullivan to go. LBW bowled Yaqub Ali. I'll let you take it up, Joe.
Yeah, Yaqub, now 5.1 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 9. And Kashif Mahmood Khan, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 12. So we have a spinner and a seamer bowling in tandem at the moment.
Yeah, that must have happened only in the last few moments. Yeah. We had a couple of shouts there to our left-hand side saying that County were 5 down, so must have just happened.
2 balls ago.
2 balls ago.
So 76 for 5. They're in a little bit of spot of bother.
Still plenty of batting to come for Cork County. It is Abdul and Nabil out there. There's Kev O'Sullivan, Harshad Jangra, Arpit and Ayush. Safraz is going to continue from this clubhouse end of the ground. He'll be looking to get his radar right. A couple of wide deliveries in that last over. Well fielded, off his own bowling, falling to his right. Strong shot from Shivam for no run.
He does get a lot of air with that ball, doesn't he? Deft touch there by Shivam. Arslan's bowling a bit fuller now. Trying to avoid that drag down. And the last over was pulled away for a 4.
A slog sweep into the deep, and it's very well taken by Abdul. Running to his left, he only had one opportunity at it. Had he missed it, it would have gone for 4 or 6. But he didn't. He made no mistake. Shivam is gone. He's gone for 11. Cork Harlequins, 108 for the loss of 5 wickets. What a catch that was at deep square leg. He got a good piece of it to Shivam, who was the right stroke for that delivery. Down on one knee. Slog sweep over mid-wicket. It was just a great catch.
Game on. 108 for 5.
Superb catch from the young man.
Absolutely, and he's so he'll have a bruise after that one. He's rubbing his hand furiously.
It was very well struck from the batter, Shivam. I think really he can count himself a little bit unlucky. It was, as you said, a good stroke.
But in games like this, you have to be brave to take catches like that. And he was very brave. He had to run 10, 15 metres to take that catch. And he did it superbly. Big smile on his face. Hands are being shaken. He's rubbing his hands furiously. If I was him now, I'd just put it on the grass. There's still a bit of moisture on it. And it's cold. And just as we say that, here off he goes.
All this happening off camera, of course.
I think he can see us and hear us.
It's Devon who's on strike. And that's well bowled again from Safraz. Looks like he's found his range. Looks like all the bowlers have taken one over to get their rhythm going. And each preceding over has been good. He's gone over the top. Lands safely though, will only pick up one. And a big arm there from the fielder. Well, Devon looking to attack that delivery outside the off stump. Not sure he needed to do so though. A wicket has just fallen in this over, and that could have very easily have fallen into the hands of a Limerick fielder. One delivery to go.
First ball now for the captain.
Left on the pads. Ball pitching outside the line of the leg stump, so no chance of an LBW. 22 overs gone, 109 for the loss of 5 wickets. So I think both teams who are batting first, Cork County and Cork Harlequins, are in a spot of bother. Cork Harlequins having more runs than County, but the same amount of wickets. So the teams who travelled to Cork early this morning they're enjoying their stay in Cork so far anyway.
They're having a bit of success, which is good to see. And it's great that towards the end of the season that still 3 teams can still have a chance to win this division.
Heading a long way down the leg side, that one.
Nice Yorker length ball there. Devon nearly fell over.
Becomes a very important batter now, does Devon. 20 off 38, 1 boundary. That's short. Well, pulled into mid-wicket, fielded by Safraz at the mid-wicket position. That short delivery, Joe, sometimes it can be an opportunity to score runs, but other times it could be an opportunity to get the batter out.
Yeah.
That kept it a little bit low. The call is 2. Played into the leg side. Samuk is off the mark quickly and cuts it off though. Well fielded from him. Bringing the skipper back on strike. Number 75, Kieran O'Reilly. So it's captain to captain then. Arslan Anwar to Kieran O'Reilly. These two have played each other a good bit this year, both in the T20 competition and then above in Adair. I believe Limerick won that matchup above in Adair, Joe.
Yes, they did. Pretty comprehensively, I think, in the end. Was it 2 or 3 wickets?
Yeah. So, and of course in the T20 matchup, it was a very, very close game, that one. I remember I was commentating here with AJ Harry, I believe. So if you're watching, AJ, hope you're, wherever you are, hope you're enjoying the coverage, and that looking forward to having you back in the commentary position very soon.
Absolutely. Very good commentator. Very knowledgeable player.
Dot ball to finish off the over. Only 1 run from that over. 110 for the loss of 5 wickets. 23 overs done. The spin has kind of put the brakes on here a bit, Joe. The spinners of Arslan and Safraz, once they've gotten over that first over nerves, you'd call it. They have settled into their work very well.
They've applied themselves very diligently out there today. I think later on, Rodders, since this is our last cricket broadcast of the season, we'll have to go through some of our favourite moments, because I think by my reckoning, we've videoed or live streamed about 14, 15, 16 games this season.
I don't know the exact number, but it's in double figures, I believe.
Yeah. So we've had great crack. Had interviewed some interesting people.
Some interesting bowling.
We some seen. Oh, yeah.
That's,
I know who you're talking about.
Direct hit, but the fact that there's no appeal tells you that Devon was safe. Probably beyond the 30-yard circle by the time the ball hit the stumps.
And I noticed to the left of me we have the president of Cricket Ireland, Dave Griffin, who's joined us here today. Might try and get a quick interview with him later.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great to see him going around the country.
Played into the leg side, a run-out attempt, and the wicketkeeper Eunice, sharp work from him, but hits Devon as he passed by. A bit of bat involved there, inside edge onto pad, and Kieran gets off strike.
That's his first run of the day.
First run of the day for Kieran, who'll be happy to get off the dreaded duck. We've only had one, that was Mubin. And he got the most dreaded one of all, the golden duck, which is, of course, if you are dismissed off your first delivery. Although I think there's one, a diamond duck as well.
That's if you get a pair, is it? Maybe
no, that's if you get dismissed without facing a ball.
Oh, that's right. Sorry.
That's a wide ball outside the off stump, but yeah, that can happen too. For
taxi for Joe.
If you're new to cricket, there is a chance, albeit very slim, that you could get run out without facing a ball, which means you could have spent all morning in the car heading to Cork or heading to Galway or Limerick or Kerry or wherever it is, and that you could be dismissed without actually having to hit the ball. You can get run out, I think, is the main one.
Yes.
You get run out. Also, if you're at the non-striker's end and the batter hits the ball back towards the stumps and the bowler gets a hand on it, breaks the stumps, and if your bat is in the air...
Is that ring run out as well?
Very unlucky way to get out, though. Very unlucky indeed. Kieran on strike for Safraz. A bit of turn from Safraz. Cork Harlequins have a couple of spinners in their ranks. They'll be looking at how these two spinners are bowling, perhaps trying to learn as much as they can.
I'm just noticing there to the left of me that Brandon Kruger's in a lot of pain. There might be a back injury that he picked up earlier when he was going for that diving in.
We shall keep tabs on that. 24 overs done, 114 for the loss of 5 wickets. Partnership worth 6 in its infancy stage. We're going to head back down to the Mardyke.
Yeah, still 5 out, 83 for 5 off, 23 overs. Abdul and Nabil, you would feel that this is the partnership for Cork County.
Yeah, 100%. Similar to what we have up here. To late order batters, an opportunity to basically to try and dig their team out of the hole, to set a big target for the opposition. Arslan has really settled into his work. 6 overs now, 19 runs. And after a first over that went for a couple of boundaries, he's really pulled it back. An appeal. I think it just spun back through the gate there that time. I was waiting.
It was a bit of a bounce as well after the edge.
Is there a bit of bat involved there? Yeah. Thought I heard something.
That's
bit slower this time. Cut away. Mir Hamza won't be able to gather that one in. A much needed boundary for Cork Harlequins comes off the blade of Devon. He moves on to 27 off 45. His second boundary. Just a tad short there from the bowler, Joe.
Yeah, and it's been punished. He has a tendency to do that every now and then, drag the ball down. And if you're alert enough, you can score off it.
Inside edge this time, a bit of luck for Devon, but he will take it. Back-to-back boundaries from him. But boy, that could have ended in disaster.
Kept very low, didn't it, Rodgers?
Just keeping a little bit low from that end. It's not the first delivery to do that. Not the first delivery to keep low. And again, that short delivery, an opportunity to score, but also, if it keeps low, if it misbehaves, could be a wicket-taking ball as well. Remember, it is not the hardest of surfaces out there. Not as easy to bat on as previous strips that we have had here in Cork Harlequins. That's a dot ball. 1 delivery to come, then 8 off this over. Misfield at extra cover will allow the batters to jog through for a single. Devon will keep strike. 1, 2, 3 for the loss of 5 wickets. Halfway through the overs. 25 overs done now. It nearly reminds me of one of our first live streams, Joe, this game where the batting team had to dig in on what was a difficult surface to play on. Of course, that would have been Cork Harlequins versus Cork County. It's Limerick this time round. And also, you mentioned earlier there that Cricket Ireland President Dave Griffin has arrived. Also, the Munster Cricket Union President Kouros Mohammadi has also arrived here at Farmers Cross. Great to see everyone out and about, shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries. Up here at Farmers Cross as a few more cars pull in as Safraz gets ready to bowl. This would be his 5th over. Played down the ground by Devon for 1 run. Fielded on the long off fence by the fielder and throws the ball back in. That will bring Kieran back on strike. So it will be very important for Cork Harlequins to rotate the strike, but also for Limerick to kind of tighten things up in the field. A couple of balls have broken through their hands in this innings, so they'll be looking to improve on that for the second part of the 25 overs. Nicely bowled from Safraz. He's really got into his rhythm now. That ball pitching on around a 4th stump line and turning away from the right-hand bat. Kieran not wanting anything to do with it though. He leaves it. He plays at that delivery though, fielded by Summock at extra cover.
This has been a fantastic bowling display and fielding display by Limerick. The best I've seen in a long time by the team. They've committed.
Well, just a feather, we think. We'll wait for the umpire's signal. There is a leg slip in position. I know it's a dead ball. So what's happened there is that the umpire has deemed that Kieran hasn't played a stroke at that delivery. It came off his...
Thought it came off his bat.
Well, not.
Obviously not.
Obviously not. It came off the pad. And of course, as a batter, if you don't offer a stroke...
Yep.
Then the ball is immediately called dead and it's a dot ball.
Or is the ball replayed? If it's a dead ball.
No, but it was once the ball it came off the pad, then it was called dead.
Yeah.
Which means that it was a delivery. And the last ball was a dot ball, 26 gone, 124 for the loss of 5 wickets. So yeah, just to clear up that, the ball was called dead once it came off the pad. So had the ball been called dead before the bowler bowled it, then he would have had to have bowled that delivery again, if you like. So, but again, good call there from umpire O'Sullivan, stamping his authority down on the game. Also, well umpired by Greg Scully at square leg, keeping a keen eye on that line, making sure the batter didn't drag his foot out.
Change of bowler now. This looks like Abdul Baki, is it?
Abdul, yeah, took a great catch at deep mid-wicket to dismiss Shivam. Now he's been throwing the ball. Bowling his off-spinners. So he'll be looking forward to sinking his teeth into this game. Now he's gotten involved with the catch. Big boundary out to the leg side. And we'll just go through the field very quickly after this ball. Short from him, kept very low. Played into the leg side by Devon for 1 run. So just to go through the field very quickly, there's a deep point, a long on, a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square. So they're the fielders on the fence. And just as I say that, for Kieran, they're going to bring in a mid-wicket fielder and bring deep point up. So only 3 men back, a deep backward square, deep mid-wicket and a long on. So for the new batter, Arslan opting to bring 1 fielder up to try and build that pressure. Also a great vote of confidence for the bowler as well, seeing that his captain is trusting him to bowl with only 3 men back when he could have another one. That's well bowled. Again, Kieran just threw the shot a little bit, meaning that the ball popped in the air. Yeah, sorry, Joe.
What I've noticed is that the Harlequins players, not one player has come down the track to the spinners today.
A fraction short, played through the offside for a dot ball. Yeah, you're right, Joe. The only time we've seen the batters advance down the surface is when Brandon first came out. And he walked down to the opening bowler.
Yeah. They're plonking that back foot, not moving their feet. It's an option. Come down the track.
Very good start here from Abdul. Only 1 off it so far. 1 to come. And that mid-wicket comes into play. That's Arslan fielding it. 1 run off that over. A good one from Abdul. A good probing line. 125 for the loss of 5 wickets. 27 overs done. Partnership of 17 now between these two. Devon Joyce on 34 runs, of 50 deliveries, 3 boundaries. Kieran O'Reilly, 1 of 18. Looks like Safraz is going to continue. He's going to bowl his 6th over, has 2 wickets for 19 runs, no maidens. And a good crowd building away to our left-hand side. What a delivery!
The dip.
Bowled him.
The dip on that.
A flighted delivery on the middle and leg stump has turned across the right-hand batter, viciously turned and has taken middle and off.
What a dip on that. That was a beautiful ball.
Devon played well, has to go for 33, 125 for the loss of 6 wickets now. What a ball.
Fantastic bowling.
Well, as you said there, Joe, was really tossed up above the batter's eye line. It dipped on about the leg stump, I would say. It viciously turned across the right-hand batter and bowled him. My apologies, Devon got 34, bowled Safraz Rameh with an absolute peach. So just what Limerick needed. They can't really afford to let the game meander along, to let Harlequins take their 1s and 2s and take their odd boundary. So deliveries like that is just what Limerick need. Matt Brewster then is going to stride out to keep his captain company. Of course, Matt Brewster is the Leinster captain and Kieran O'Reilly is the Munster captain. So I'm sure if 2 of them are giving instructions, one will have to... Matty will have to be listening to Kieran today, as Kieran is the captain for his team. Safraz to continue. And a big ripping leg break, taking the middle and off stump of Devon. Needed a good one to get him out. He was looking good out there on 34, but now he has to go. And a real opportunity now for Limerick to make inroads into this Cork Harlequins batting lineup. Of course, Cork Harlequins have played in the Leinster Leagues, have had a torrid time of it, really. And Limerick will want to trigger those bad memories to spark a batting collapse. Safraz, 3 wickets now for him. Still 4 wickets left to take in the innings, and he still has just under half of his allotted overs to bowl, so he'll be looking to pick up more wickets for himself. Matt Brewster, who has had not a great time of it so far with the bat, but he has an opportunity here to bat his team into a position of strength. But at the moment, in this kind of topsy-turvy game so far, it's Limerick that are on top, and deservedly so. Both some really good deliveries, just like that one. And a leg break, again beating the bat of a Cork Harlequins batsman, Matty Brewster this time. A wicket maiden for Safraz Rame, 125 for the loss of 6 wickets, 28 overs done.
Fantastic bowling by Safraz. Just 19 runs coming off his 6 overs, 3 wickets. It's a bowler or spinner's deck out there, Rodders.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you there. Lots of purchase for the spinners, a bit of indifferent bounce, a bit of turn. Anything that a spinner would want. And Abdul still has 9 overs left of his off spin, so it's going to be trial by spin here for the Harlequins batters. Played into the leg side. They'll be pushing for 2. They'll only get 1. Well fielded out there. That's Mo Swar out on the deep square boundary. So Abdul will be looking to get this ball right up there in the batter's half of the pitch. Even if he just bowls a consistent line outside the off stump, just let the pitch do the work for him, keeping it nice and simple.
That's the key. Get your line right and let the pitch do the work for you.
Well fielded there from Captain Arslan. Just a fraction short. He'll be looking to get that ball up there with Abdul. Short deliveries are an opportunity for the Harlequins players to score. But Matt Brewster, in his current form, just happy to politely block that one into the offside. An extra cover drive beats the extra cover fielder and will race away for 4. Glorious from Matt Brewster. He's off the mark with the boundary 4.
Lovely looking shot there by Matt. As you say, yeah, he could do with a few runs, a bit of confidence. But there's plenty of time there for the batsman out there.
And Abdul won't be too upset, Joe, I don't think. No. He'll be happy to see the batters attacking that full delivery. He knows that it's an opportunity to score. What's happening here? And oh well, the umpire is giving the captain a bit of a telling off there. I think. Did you see that, Joe?
No.
Okay. Thanks for your input.
You're welcome.
I think what it was is the fielder when he was changing positions went from the offside to the leg side and went near to the pitch. Of course, when you're changing, that's a dot ball outside the off stump, 1 to come. But when you're changing positions from the offside to the leg side, you have to go around the pitch, not through it. Deep cover goes out and got him.
Jesus.
Bowl middle stump and Matt Brewster's poor form continues.
That kept so low.
Bowl from Abdul, very well from him, kept it on target. And that is now 7 down.
That was so low.
Brilliantly bowled though.
Absolutely.
So, second wicket there for Abdul.
He's not bowling with pace. And that's the key. Having a little bit of turn.
So that's Abdul's first wicket there. Sorry, thought he had taken two. He's only taken the 1-2 overs. 1 for 6. Bowling, Matt Brewster. And I think, well, you said it earlier on, Joe, that you have to get on the front foot. It was a pitched up delivery. Matt opted to go on the back foot and got bowled middle stump.
Yeah, and I think, that's why I said the word Jesus, because it was bowled so low. So apologies if anybody took any offence. It wasn't said in any disrespect, but it was bowled so low. I think Matt Brewster will be gutted. So Senan Jones joins O'Reilly now and faces first ball. Strikes that one cleanly onto the offside for a single. Cork Harlequins certainly in a bit of trouble now. Sarfraz bowling extremely well. They've taken the pace right off their bowling. Oh, bit of turn there. 132 for 7 of 29.3 overs. I think Cork Harlequins will be happy for about 180 to 200, given the way the match is set up at the moment. And O'Reilly hits a beautiful cover drive that penetrates the field, beats 2 fielders, and he'll pick up his first boundary. Two balls remaining in this over. O'Reilly would just plonk that front foot out to defend that ball. A little bit of bounce there on offer for Sarfraz. He gives it so much air. A little bit flatter this time. But O'Reilly just guides that down to gully. And it's back to the keeper, and that'll end the 30th over. 136 for 7. Meanwhile, down the Mardyke, another wicket has fallen. Nabil Anjum is gone, and that was bowled by Khurram Iqbal for 12. And Ayush is in the middle with Abdul Ghaffar. So 97 for 6. Looks like the pitches are having a bit of... Their players are having a bit of issue with the decks these days.
Yeah, it's just that time of the season, isn't it?
Yeah.
But still, you need to bowl well on it, and Limerick have done that thus far, taking 7 wickets. The 2 Cork teams in a lot of trouble. Abdul to race in again, Senan on strike, punches that ball to mid-off for a single.
And rather should Kerry win this match. They're at home then to Galway in the final match of the season for them next week. And if they win that, they potentially could win the league for the first time in their history, which would be a fantastic achievement for them.
Absolutely. Kerry have been a really impressive team over the last 10 years. It's always been a challenge going down there and trying to win, and they've been a great addition to Munster cricket of this senior team. And if they can beat Cork County down in the Mardyke today, and if Limerick can do their neighbours to the west a favour, then could all go very well for County Kerry. You had your bit of a Eamon Dunphy moment there, Joe.
Yes, I did, but sure, look, it happens.
So Kieran O'Reilly eating up a lot of dot balls here, but you can kind of tell that he won't mind that. He knows that, an LBW shout, but the bowler not really interested. And if the bowler isn't interested, then normally that's a precursor that it's not out. A good over there from Abdul. He's bowled 3 overs now, 1 for 7.
That was edged onto the bat. And I think...
onto the pad.
Sorry, the pad. I think Senin is trying to give Kieran a few options out there.
So 137 for the losses, 7 wickets, 31 overs done. Looks like Safraz is going to continue. He's bowled 7 overs, 3 for 25 and 1 maiden in there as well. Senin will be on strike. A lot of people gathered around, which is good to see. And you can see people doing laps around the ground, trying to keep warm. It's one way to keep warm as the clouds have come over and it's got a little chilly. Feels a bit more like an autumn day at the moment. Just hope that rain stays away so that people won't have to take cover. That's a dot ball there from Senin playing with loose hands. So very much a game that is seesawed, but Limerick starting to take the initiative now. They're taking 7 wickets, only 3 to go. And still the bones of 19 overs to go for Cork Harlequins to bat. So... yeah, Limerick will be looking to clean up the rest of the Cork Harlequins batters. That was a flighted delivery. Didn't really come down, though, like the wicket ball for Devon. I think that's probably been the champagne moment, Joe, so far in the day.
Good to see as well. They're attacking even more now, bringing second slip in. Shani Alam is into slip number 2.
Cut away. They still have their deep point out there. So I think Arslan has been good. He's attacked when he's needed to. He's kept his boundary riders in the correct positions. Currently there are 3 boundary riders, a deep cover, deep mid-wicket, and a long on as another ball has broken past the outside edge of the bat, has ripped past it with a leg break. I can do it. Played into the offside. Good effort from Sumuk, but Captain Arslan is backing him up. So Kieran will get off strike. He's 8 off 31 now with 1 boundary, but again, he won't mind. As Limerick hover over their prey. Fielded by Shani at second slip. 2 from that over, 32 overs gone, 139 for the loss of 7 wickets, 18 overs to go.
The key for Cork Harlequins here is just to bat out the overs and get a good total on up in lights. As I said, 180, 200 I would suggest would be a good winning total today.
Just something for the bowlers to defend.
Yeah.
That 180, 200 mark is doable. They're 139 now at this point, so I think really a lot of bowls today. So the Limerick bowlers have bowled really straight, and it looks like that's going to be the order of the day for the bowling team, that if they can get that ball nice and straight, that there's an opportunity to hit the timber. Of course, the Limerick side predominantly play on artificial mats, so it's something they will have to adjust to as well. Of course, Cork Harlequins, 2 dots to start the over. This is Abdul continuing to Kieran. Of course, Cork Harlequins have predominantly done the other way. They've predominantly played on grass. So one would imagine that it would stand to them. However, there's been a couple of loose strokes which have led to the downfall of a few Cork Harlequins batters. A quick single and another misfield from another Limerick fielder, but doesn't result in an extra run this time. There's been a few misfields out there, Joe.
There has. People are tired as well, I would imagine that. You can see it since drinks, there have been a few misfields. It's a little bit cold out there as well.
It's been a long season.
Yeah, 6 months. Well defended by Jones.
It's a season that started all the way back in April. It's
Easter Saturday, I think it was.
Easter Saturday, yeah.
Yeah.
So, Joe, you mentioned about the highlights of the moment. I think I have it first.
Go for it.
As that's played into the leg side. Well done there from Senin. The fielding done by the Limerick fielder at mid-wicket.
Ended the over, 141 for 7 off 33 overs. Partnership of 11 now.
So, moment of the year?
Go for it.
I think it just happened when you had your Eamon Dunphy moment and had to apologise for it.
Thanks, Rodders. Appreciate that.
But no, on a serious note, I think most definitely Cork Harlequins versus the Hills above in the Vineyard. When Cork Harlequins managed to chase down 170 odd against the Hills, a wonderful team are the Hills. That was probably one of the highlights for me. A big LBW shout and it's given. Senin trapped plumb in front. Safraz getting that ball nice and straight. And that's 8 wickets down now. 141 for the loss of 8. Senin has to go for 8. And on that, we'll take a drink. 141 for 8. 1 ball into the 34th over. We'll be back in 5 minutes' time. Welcome back to Farmers Cross. For this game between Limerick and Cork Harlequins, the 8th wicket has fallen. So it is now 141 for the loss of 8 wickets. Senin was the last man to go. Bowled Safraz LBW, has figures of 4 for 27 now. So he has 11 deliveries to try and pick up that 5 wickets. Be a great effort from him if he can do so. Has bowled wonderfully today, has Safraz. The wicket of Devon, that was his 3rd one I believe, was an absolute ripper of a delivery. So with the departure of Senin, that will bring Zubair out to the middle, batting with a cap on. So Zubair batting number 10 for Cork Harlequins. He's out there with his skipper Kieran O'Reilly, 9 off 35 deliveries. And one would imagine the plan for Cork Harlequins here is to bat out the overs. Safraz to continue. Zubair going for a big swing first ball. He's an aggressive batter by nature. So let's see if he carries that on. It looks like he will carry it on, sorry. A fraction short, allowing Zubair to get onto the back foot, pushing it into the offside for 1. So he gets off the mark, bringing his skipper back on strike. So 3 deliveries to go then in this over. Safraz halfway through his 9th, 4 for 28 with 1 maiden. He'll be looking for that 5th, as we mentioned earlier. Kieran on strike. Edged, beats second slip. And will pick up 1. Very well bowled. And again, it's been that delivery turning away from the right-hand batter. And it's fair to say that Cork Harlequins haven't liked it. They've struggled. A lot of plays and misses. A lot of beating the outside edge. And again, what did that come off of? Well, not sure if it was bat or pad. The umpire, Joe O'Sullivan, didn't think so. Well, just the question was asked, which they're allowed to do. And the reply was not out from Ger. Causing all sorts of trouble. Here, getting off strike again is Zubair. Looking for 2. Not on though. And that's the end of the over. 144 for the loss of 8 wickets. 34 overs gone. And I'm going to be rejoined by Joe.
Thank you, Elders. Need to get a cup of tea there. It's freezing.
And thank you very much, Joe, for the cup of tea.
You're welcome.
Much obliged. I put on my long trousers here. It's getting very cold out there at the moment. 144 for the loss of 8 wickets. Limerick doing very well. Safraz with a brilliant bowling display so far. 9 overs, 4 for 20, probably 28, 29 now at this point. And we have an update from Cork County. They're hanging in there, Joe.
They're doing well. 113 for 6 off 32. The 2 will be looking to get roughly around, I'd say for them, 160 to 180. Zubair dancing down the track there. Completely misjudged that ball.
First batter batting with a cap today. The rest have had their lids on. Lots of time to bat. Pushed into the offside for a dot ball. As Abdul continues, he's been bowling brilliantly so far. Nearly halfway through his 5th over, has got 1 for 9. It's been trial by spin, and Cork Harlequins have struggled, haven't they, Joe? It's been brilliant spin bowling from Limerick.
They really have.
Well, lots of feet movement there from Zubair. He's doing well.
He's very unpredictable, Zubair.
Has lots of time to bat as a rugby ball is just thrown up there in front of the display. I think I know who it was as well. Played into the leg side from Zubair. Well fielded. Good commitment there from the fielder, and it's appreciated by his friends around him.
He's playing a dangerous game here, coming on the back foot.
Absolutely. We've already seen Matt Brewster being dismissed to a back foot shot. And it's a maiden over for Abdul. His first 5 overs, 1 for 9 with 1 maiden. Has bowled very economically for his team. And looks like Safraz is going to finish up. He's bowled 9 overs, 4 wickets for 30 runs, 1 maiden in there as well. So a very warm welcome along. I think there was another comment there on the comment box, Joe. We'll just head back there just to see who that was. Sadia Mahmood, all the best to Limerick and great bowling. Saro, I would imagine you're referencing Safraz there, so absolutely we agree with that. He'll be looking to take his fifer, has deserved it really, has bowled superbly for his team. 15 overs to go. Captain Kieran on strike, drills that ball to mid-off for a dot ball. It's been challenging batting conditions out there. And Cork Harlequins will be looking to eke their way to a 160-170 score. That ball kind of died in the surface, really. I think it's good to see the bowlers being on top, Joe. It's it's a batter's game, as we know, but not today.
Not today at all. No, it's refreshing. It's testing all the batsmen's skills today. They're all used to surfaces, be it on grass or artificial, where the ball is coming on. Today's quite different.
I agree with you. Very refreshing to see as well. The deep cover has come up, which means that an extra run is taken. It is chased down, though, by the Limerick fielder out there. So that's 2 to Kieran. Safraz, can he do it? He's got 2 deliveries to pick up this 5th wicket. Elusive 5th wicket. Down the ground, is there a chance? No, beats the fielder at extra cover. That's Sumuk. And Kieran will race back for 2 more. Dodgy business there, Joe. Taking on the Safraz after bowling such a good spell.
He went aerial there. Could have gone anywhere.
Last delivery of Safraz's spell then. And it's a dot ball, brings to an end a wonderful spell of bowling. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 34 for Safraz. Brilliant effort, keeping his team on top. 36 overs done, Harlequins 148 for 8.
Fantastic effort by Safraz. And in front of us, he replays his bowling, thinking, I could have got that 5 somewhere. How? Unfortunately, he'll have to settle for the 4 today. Important 4 wickets he's taken.
It will be young Abdul to continue. He's played a couple of Munster representative games and the underage squads this year, so he's played a lot of cricket. And these are the last couple of games of the season, the end of the season games, and he'll be looking to finish strong. He started very well though, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 9. And I must say, Joe, this cup of tea is really nice in these conditions.
Warms the shackles, doesn't it?
It does indeed. I'm sure a lot of the fielders would like a cup of tea at the moment. An effort ball there from Abdul. And kept out well from Zubair.
Those balls are the dodgy ones.
Yeah.
As we've seen.
Is it what's that spinner? We'll get back to that. That's nicely played with delicate hands. A bit of samba soccer there from Asif, and no run taken. So well fielded.
He's trying to hit it quite late. Zubair. I'd like to see him trying to attack this ball.
Well fielded at mid-wicket as Zubair tries to drop that ball into space. But it's interesting, I think, was it the spinner for India, Ashwin? That's short. Played to extra cover for a dot ball, joining the dots. He's bowled 11 dot balls in a row now. We'll get back to that story in a moment. Attacked down the ground. You got your wish, Joe, but Sumuk is back there to cut it off. 1 run off the over. It breaks a chain of 11 dot balls for Abdul. 37 overs gone, 149 for the loss of 8 wickets. So yeah, I just very quickly going back to that Indian spinner, Ashwin. He once said that full tosses, drag down deliveries, full tosses outside the off stump, outside the leg stump, that they're actually wicket-taking deliveries if you have your fielders in the right place. It was interesting that he actually came out and said that.
Well, we all know that. We've seen it so many times in cricket.
But it's interesting for a pro to actually come out and say, well, actually in T20 a good tactic is to run in and bang it in, and that if you set your fielders out, that they'll hit it straight to the man.
Shani Alam coming back in. He bowled his first 5 for 22 runs with 1 wicket. Having a good old stretch for himself.
Who was that the wicket of? An earlier batsman up the top. Oh, it was Adam.
Adam, that's right.
Adam caught by Moswar at point.
Yes.
So he'll be looking to add to that tally, replacing Safraz from this clubhouse end of the ground. A well-populated clubhouse end, as we've referenced before. I think there's actually a few more people come in, Joe.
Yeah, there's a couple of hockey matches as well on today. That helps.
Adds to the capacity. We'll take it.
Yeah.
We'll take it. Looking to dab that ball down to third man. That's a good option. The third man
He's up in the ring.
He's up in the ring, but just as we say that, he's jogged back a couple of metres to go back on the fence. So there's a long on in position, a deep cover and a deep mid-wicket. Still in the second power play. As that's blocked from Zubair. It's an aggressive batter is Zubair, but I think even he's realising that it's not so easy to play attacking strokes on this surface. Yeah, these Limerick bowlers have made it extremely difficult for these Harlequins batters so far. Good tight bowling. Not many boundary deliveries. And just as we say, that ball has been edged. And it's well fielded down there from Safraz, who prevents the 4.
I wouldn't be surprised there if Zubair was feeling the heat a bit. Just needed to get off strike, which is quite clever.
Danced down the track, didn't he?
Yeah.
So the wind is also getting up. Hopefully the equipment will stay in place as well. Played down the ground. And interesting there. Kieran not. There was no single there, as the previous edge from Zubair brought up the 150 for Cork Harlequins. They're now 150 for 8 with 1 delivery to go in the 38 over. Inside half of the bat, 2 is the call. But well fielded there from Abdul. Of course, Abdul bowled the previous over from the city end, so did well to come around to cut it off. Single taken, 2 from the over, 151 for the loss of 8 wickets, 38 overs done now, 12 to go.
Change of bowler here. Abdul is coming out of the attack, and looks like Sarfraz is coming back in for his kind of third spell. No, I'm sorry. Apologies.
That's Arslan.
Yeah, Arslan, sorry.
Looking forward to seeing Arslan Siam bat later on.
Yeah.
He's
hit a couple of centuries this season.
Kind of earlier on in the season.
Yeah.
We'll be looking to rekindle that form. Also scored a century in a T20 game against the Limerick Blasters, the local derby in Croker's Oval.
Yes, he did.
That was a mid-week fixture, I believe. Hopefully we'll get more of those midweek fixtures going. Maybe not. So anyway, any highlights for yourself, Joe, from this season? As you said, we've covered plenty of matches, both on Munster Cricket and on Club Sportscast. Anything that comes to mind for yourself as Arslan bowls to Kieran? Cut away into space. Mir Hamza is after it. They will come back for 2. And it's well fielded from Mir Hamza. Throws it back in. 2 runs taken. Sorry, Joe.
Yeah, I covered a couple down in Kerry, down in Spa. And one of them is the Kerry versus Ballyspellin game. There was a pro for Ballyspellin. I think his name Piera.
Dimit Pereira.
Yeah. I think he got 100 that day. It was
97.
97. His batting that day was just superb, and it was a brilliant game to watch as well. Kerry, I think, should have won it. Oh.
Got him through the gate. Zubair going back to a full delivery. He fell into the trap. He's got his leg stump knocked back, and Arslan has picked up his first wicket. Cork Harlequins 9 down. Zubair Hassan Khan has to go for 2.
We did speak about that, going back on the back foot. It's a track where you have to play on the front foot. You have to take your time. Cork Harlequins in big trouble now. Can they get up at least another 20 runs?
Well, I remember you mentioned, Joe, an important thing to do, an important goal for Cork Harlequins was to bat out the overs, and this is why they'll feel as though that if they leave overs out there, that they're leaving deliveries that they potentially could have scored off of, and that Limerick didn't need to bowl them because they got bowled out. It's Estimatullah Ibrahimi. He's going to bat number 11 for Cork Harlequins. We'll call him Esmat, as he'd be more commonly known to by his teammates. He'll be facing his first delivery from Arslan, who's picked up his first wicket. Edged first ball. And it's well fielded in the end by Asif, throwing that ball back in. 2 runs taken by Esmat. Up right next to us there, Joe.
Yeah. He'll be happy now to get off the mark. Arslan really getting a bit of turn now. Enjoying his bowling as all the spinners are today.
However, 156 now, 1 delivery to go on the 39th. I think that was
a bit high.
A bit high. Quite high.
Yeah.
And sliding down as well.
As the umpire is saying it. 39 overs gone now. Meanwhile, down the Mardyke, Cork County have moved to 129 for 6 off 36 overs, with Abdul Gaffer on 23 runs and Ayush on 16. They're applying themselves pretty well now.
Yeah, digging in.
Correct, and that's what they need to do. And I think Cork Harlequins will be kicking themselves that they haven't done that in this innings. No matter how challenging the wicket is, you can still try and apply yourself.
Well, I think it's perfect conditions to apply yourself.
Oh, yeah.
To not play the strokes which, the good fancy looking strokes off the front foot, just keeping that delivery out, getting on the front foot, trying to replicate ball after ball after ball. Because remember, one lapse in concentration, one mistake can lead to your downfall, and perhaps Cork Harlequins have been guilty of not applying themselves today. That's a wide ball outside the off stump from Shani. He's into his 7th over now. It's 1 for 25. Now it was 1 for 24 before that wide. However, on the flip side, Limerick will be delighted, I would imagine. Maybe a couple of extras up top, but through the middle they applied the pressure. That's a dot ball outside the off stump, very close to the outside edge. And I think that's one thing Limerick will be very happy with, the line that they bowled all day. There's been plenty of plays and misses, plenty of mistakes elicited from the batsmen, and as we can tell from the scorecard, which we'll go through in a moment, lots of bowls, which means they bowled very straight.
Good shot there by the captain for a single.
And well avoided there from the umpire. That throw came quite near to him.
Now,
played into the leg side from Esmat.
Lovely looking shot there by Esmat. He was looking for two, but O'Reilly says no way, Jose.
No way, Jose. Leading edge. Over the head of Sumuk. They'll race back for two and they will get there. So Kieran threw that stroke too early. That's happened one or two times today already. But he gets away with it. Over the top of Sumuk, 2 runs taken.
Very fortunate there for Kieran O'Reilly. Could have gone anywhere. Fell into no man's land. Shani unlucky not to get his second wicket.
Played into the leg side this time from Kieran. More runs. It's a long chase for Abdul out there. He will cut it off though. 2 more runs taken. So an expensive over so far. A better one for Cork Harlequins. 4, 5, 6, 7 runs off it with 1 delivery to go, Joe.
Yeah, it's a welcome over for Cork Harlequins. They've been tipping away for the last umpteen overs. Just 1 boundary in the last 10, I would think.
A testament to how well Limerick have bowled. That's a wide outside off stump. A rueful smile from Shani. He believes what did Bart Simpson say? I didn't do it.
No, it wasn't me, Your Honour.
So we'll have to bowl that one again.
That definitely looked wide. You can always judge it by the wicketkeeper. He was at full stretch. He's done well today, the keeper.
He has. Been an up and down surface and has done well.
You have to work hard.
Push down the ground for 1. Kieran will keep strike. He moves on to 24. A partnership of 12. Cork Harlequins 166 for the loss of 9 wickets. 40 overs done. And you were making the signal there, Joe?
Yes, the power play. The final power play.
Of course, if this was a Division 2 match or Division 2 match or down, the innings would be done by now, because that was a 40 over game. But of course, Premier Division is a 50 over game. And just kind of meandering here, and as we said, Limerick can't really afford to let that happen.
No, but they have the luxury that it is the final wicket. As we said, 180 I think is not a bad target, and anything over, and there's the signal. I think Limerick will be a little bit concerned, anything over 180.
Well, they're a bit off that now, and Arslan, who is into his work with his cap backwards.
And it's a bit strange as well, because they've taken wickets in kind of clusters, and it looked as though they were on top at times. Obviously, we won't really know. That's caught away.
Off the front foot. Lands safely, though, in front of Mir Hamza. Oh, that throw is loose, and there's nobody backing up. And one overthrow, which means Kieran will come back for the second. And that, unfortunately, that's poor cricket there from Limerick. Nobody was backing up. The keeper couldn't gather in the throw. And that's one overthrow.
That caught me unawares there. I had put down one on the app, but it was actually two.
Reminds me of as that's blocked into the leg side. And Esmat slow to get off the mark, but once he did, he got motoring and made it. That buzzer reminded me of CIYMS versus Cork Harlequins, where there were two overthrows after a bit of sloppy fielding from CI, of course. Much better on the day.
Who was the fielder who did the sloppy fielding?
I think it was Rossadair.
Oh, what a sweep. That's a beautiful shot. Shot of the day there.
Esmat down on one knee, playing with the turn, which is important. And there was a man down there. He only had about 10 metres to go to his right-hand side, but it was hit so powerfully he was never going to get there. Brilliant stroke.
Definitely shot of the day. Beautiful shot. And he's bowled. Well, a bit of rush of blood to the head there from Esmat. He danced a long way down the track. He got bowled, and that will be that for the first innings. 173 all out. 5 deliveries into the 41st over. Esmat goes for... We'll just get up the scorecard there. Esmat bowled. Kieran O'Reilly, the captain, not out on 27. Esmat goes for 7. Right, I'll go through the scorecard there. So, Mubin Ali, the first bowler, bowled by Mir Hamza for a duck. Adam Hickey was caught by Musar Siddiqui, bowled by Shani Alam for 20. Ryan Joyce was bowled by Mir Hamza for 12, chopped on there. Brandon Kruger, soft dismissal, caught Arslan Anwar, bowled by Sarfraz Rame for 35. Devon Joyce was bowled by Sarfraz for 34. Shivam Kisley was caught by Abdul Baki, bowled by Sarfraz for 11. Kieran O'Reilly was not out on 27. He'll be disappointed that his fellow partners didn't stick with him. Matthew Brewster was bowled by Abdul Baki for 4. Zenon Jones, LBW, bowled by Sarfraz Rame for 4. They're all the 4s today. Zubair Hassan Khan, guess what? He was bowled by Arslan Anwar for 4. And you just saw there Esmat was bowled by Arslan Anwar for 7. There were 15 extras, 173. We'll just go quickly through the scorecard. Mir Hamza, 5 overs, 2 for 31. Shani Lam, 7 overs, 1 for 34. Arslan Anwar, 8.5 overs, 2 for 40. Asif Hussain, 4 overs, none for 23. Pick of the bowlers, Sarfraz Rame, 10 overs, 4 for 34, including 1 maiden. And Abdul Baki, 6 overs, 1 for 10 with 1 maiden.
Looks like the players are making their way off the fields. They're going to be taking a break. And before we take a break, Joe, I think Limerick will be... Well, actually, no. You're going to update us on the County and Kerry match.
Before we take a break as well, so Cork County are 140 for 6 off 39 overs. And Abdul Ghaffar is still out there at 27. And Ayush Dubey is not out on 17.
Thank you very much, Joe. We will keep you updated on that game down below in the Mardyke. But in terms of above here in Farmers Cross, after winning the toss and electing to bowl first, Limerick have bowled out Cork Harlequins for 173. Meaning that in the second innings, Limerick to win this game will require 174 runs to win this game. Be sure to join us in around 20 minutes' time when we bring you the conclusion of this match between Cork Harlequins and Limerick Cricket Club. We'll see you very soon in 20 minutes' time. Thank you. And a very warm welcome back to Farmers Cross. This is the second innings of this Munster Cricket Union Premier Division matchup between Cork Harlequins and Limerick Cricket Club. After winning the toss, Limerick decided to send Harlequins into bat. They scored 173 all out, meaning Limerick require 174 to win. And what has been a spicy 22-yard strip here at Farmers Cross already. Looks like it's going to be Senan Jones who's going to be bowling left arm over. Just getting the names of the two batsmen. We believe one of them is Safraz Rame and Arslan Anwar, but we're just about to find that out. It's going to be Senan to bowl the first ball. 2 slips, a gully, and a short extra cover waiting. Arslan Siam is facing the first delivery, so it'll be Senan to Arslan. 2 slips, a gully have come out to greet him. And we're nearly ready to go. So Arslan Siam at the non-striker's end is Safraz Rame. Did the business with the ball. Will be looking to do the business with the bat as Senan goes through his run-up. And yeah, we're nearly ready to go. Limerick to win the game require 174 runs to win. A very warm welcome back. Been a very entertaining game so far. A bit of a war of attrition. The bowlers have been on top, which has been good to see. Has been made for some good viewing. And over to our left-hand side, the capacity crowd has filled up even more to enjoy this game. We'll also give you updates from Cork County versus County Kerry in just a moment's time. Well, actually, we just have an update right now, do we? Yeah, so I'm just going to call that out. Cork County 164 all out. So County Kerry require 165 to win that game. We will tell you the ramifications of that in just a moment. Top scorer was Abdul Gaffer, 41 off 64. With 1 boundary, did a lot of running there, did Abdul. Fair play to him. And the pick of the bowlers, Yaqub Ali, 9.2 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 15. Great bowling from him. So a very warm welcome back. Be sure to like and subscribe and using your ways to share this live stream. Delighted to have you along with us. A bit of a delay out there at the moment. We're trying to figure out why.
I think the umpire is struggling to put Senan's cap on his head.
Maybe. So at the break we were talking to the MCU President Kouros Mohammadi and also Cricket Ireland President Dave Griffin. We might have him on later. Here we go. Arslan Siam blocks his first delivery and we're away. The last game for these two. So the ramifications that if Cork Harlequins manage to defend this score, then that's that, done and dusted. They will be the champions of the Munster Premier Division for the first time in 10 years. While if Limerick manage to chase down these runs, then all of a sudden the game down in the Mardyke becomes all important. Senan running in from his favourite city end. Bit of pace outside the off stump for a dot ball.
I would hope Cork would be his favourite city. Do you get it? Boom, 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 boom. Thanks. Another taxi coming from me.
Not at all. I was going to tell a joke there, but I won't go for it. No, I won't go there.
The chicken cross the road, was it?
No, it was better than that, actually. Yeah. Very droll. Lots of oohs and ahs there. A big howsay from the Harlequins fielders. It would have missed a second set of stumps down the leg side, probably, but good rhythm here from Senan. Looks like he's got... when he approaches the crease, there's that crescendo as he jumps into his run-up. Whereas Arslan Siam has been a wonderful performer for his team. And he spent 40 overs out there in the field, so he'll be looking to make a difference here with the bat. Safraz Rame is at the non-striker's end. After bowling so well, he'll be looking to bat well also. Senan Jones has had a very good season for his team. Bowling that left arm over, he's cemented his spot in that opening bowler role. Right on target from ball one. Well kept out though from Arsan Siam. He'll have to not only have a look at the bowler, but also have a look at this pitch. It hasn't played as well as previous pitches. It is to be expected, though. It is the middle of September, and it's great that we're out here playing cricket. The clouds have come over ever so slightly. We don't think we'll have rain. Just looking at the forecast here, it's 64 degrees Fahrenheit we have here. I reckon that's around 15, 16 degrees Celsius.
Minus.
As that's well stopped there by first slip. That was Mubin there. Shivam diving across to his right, a white ball. It was
I don't know what Sen was trying to do there. Short pitch delivery.
It kind of just got away from him a little bit. I'll have to bowl it again. Cut away. Down to third man, right in front of us. That will end the first over with the boundary. 1 over done, 5 without loss. Good start there from Arsan Siam. He has to have a look at the bowler, has to have a look at the pitch. And he's gotten off to a good start. Joe kept out the good ball and put the bad ball away.
Absolutely. Good start by Arslan.
Absolutely, looks like it's going to be Esmat who's going to open up the bowling from the clubhouse end of the ground. He'll be bowling right arm over. It's going to be Safrez Rame to face his first delivery.
I'm a bit surprised by this. Normally it's Zubair Hassan Khan that opens the bowling.
Must have impressed at training that the captain gave him the new conker to bowl with.
I think it's more that he bowls a bit more skiddyish than Zubair.
Looks like they're going to have
trying to make the most out of the deck.
Looks like they're going to have to move the side screen here, and let's hope they don't move it too much.
Yeah.
So just in the right hand side of your display, they have moved it. So Esmat to run in outside the off stump for a dot ball. So on the right hand side of your display, you can see the back of the side screen. That's what you're looking at. So on one side of the side screen is white for a game like this, and on the opposite side it's black for a coloured jersey game like a T20 or an Irish Senior Cup game. So that is what you're looking at on the right hand side of your screen.
I really don't know why they're doing this, but
played into the offside, a shy at the stumps. Batter well home though. So we didn't have any issue in the first innings, but
to the right hander, yeah.
To the right arm over from this city end, but now we do. So it's been moved on. Of course, the most important thing is the batter, that they can see the ball coming down. However, now you just can see the side screen on the right hand side of your screen. Sorry about that. Well bowled, but well kept out from Safraz. Of course, the one thing is that Cork Harlequins have done their batting, and that Limerick would have seen what the pitch was doing all through their first innings. So it's not as though they're completely unfamiliar surroundings. And well left outside the off stump from Safraz. So as you said, Joe, you're a bit surprised to see Esmat open the bowling his first year with Cork Harlequins. Zubair Hassan Khan will have to wait for his chance to get the ball in hand. Bit more of a skiddier bowler than Zubair. Zubair comes from a height, not so Esmat. Gets the ball through. And looks like he's found his line straight away. Well left outside the off stump from Safraz. So 174 needed then for Limerick to derail Cork Harlequins' ambitions of winning this game and indeed the division. It's been a long old season, starting all the way back in April. Well fielded. It wasn't the best delivery from Esmat, the full toss, but Safraz couldn't beat the bowler. It's a maiden over from Estamatullah. 2 overs done, 5 without loss. So again, our apologies. The side screen, that is what you're looking at on the right hand side. If you've just joined us, it had to be moved so the batter could see. However, you can still see most of the ground as Arsan Siam blocks that into the leg side for a dot ball. You can still see the main wicket, I suppose, but we will try to do something about that as soon as possible. So there you go. So we will keep you informed when the ball goes on to the offside. Send it to continue. An appeal. Don't think there was anything on that one, though. Outside the off stump from Senin. A swish and a miss from Arsan.
I think they're looking for that edge.
There's 2 slips, a gully waiting. There is a short extra cover who's kind of pinching in there in that, what we would say, a pincer position. There's a point on the ring, mid-on, mid-off. Note there's no mid-on, actually.
It's well struck.
That ball goes through extra cover. It's a delightful stroke from Arsan. That's his second boundary now to go along with the boundary in the first over. And that was just a wonderful stroke through the offside.
Shot. Bit over pitched that ball there, and he just stand and deliver. Drove it through covers. Quality player, Arslan.
So there's a mid-wicket in position, a square leg in position, and a fine leg. So no mid-on. They've opted to keep that position open. Left outside the off stump from Arsan. Well done from him. A couple of occasions when Cork Harlequins hit the boundary ball, their following delivery, they tried to hit it. The next one for a 9 or a 10, a bit of rush of blood to the head. The best example of that was Esmat, when a beautiful sweep shot before, and then the next one he ran down the pitch and missed it completely. Good stuff from Arslan. Realises that there's plenty of time and that he can afford to leave that ball. Keeping it slightly low. So you might have seen, or you may not have seen actually, during the break of innings, the heavy roller was on the surface. Not for long though. Very limited amount of time. So
Rodders will also be keeping an update on the Bangladesh versus Ireland in that ICC Women's T20 World Cup qualifier, which is beginning in about 37 minutes. So we'll be giving scores throughout their game. That's played and a nice boundary for the last ball of the over. So Arslan moves to 12 of 12 balls with 3 fours, and he has all the runs here now for Limerick. 13 without loss off 3. They'll be delighted with their start. Esmat will continue from the pavilion end. Ballygarvin just down the road. City the other side. Just over that ditch. And about 20 fields down, you're into the city centre. Okay. That's dug into the pads there. Targeting those stumps by Esmat.
And I think the right ploy, Joe. There was plenty of bowls in the first innings.
There were plenty of balls. There could have been 300 balls in the first innings.
Bowls.
You're choking on a bit of cake there.
Frog in the throat. All good.
Defended on the back foot there by Sarfraz.
It's very important here that Cork Harlequins learn from the first innings, or else runs will start to flow. That back of the length delivery is very, very inviting to bowl because it pushes the batter back. However, on a surface like this, we've seen from the Limerick bowlers, they pitch the ball up, hitting the stumps. So let's see, have the Harlequins batters learned? That's a bit better now, but well kept out though from Safraz. Another thing that the Limerick batters will want to do better than the Harlequins batters is patience. Repetition, ball after ball, getting the feet movement in the right position.
I would also suggest Cork Harlequins need to take pace off the ball and let the ball do the work on the deck.
It's an interesting point. Oh,
that looked as though the umpire nearly tripped.
No, not quite
bowler.
that time from Esma. He stuck the foot out.
That would have been a laugh to see.
Which reminds me, another, probably at the end of the over, I'll go through one other match, I suppose season highlight, one that stood out for me.
That's well driven there by Sarfraz, get off the strike, where Captain Kieran O'Reilly collects the ball.
Off the mark is Safraz. That's his first run. Faced 10 deliveries.
Now Arslan will face Esmat for the first time. 2 balls remaining in this over. Many the Quins players now trying to get into the head of Arslan.
I think Arslan is a good batter. He won't let that affect him.
It's an appeal from
Crashed into the
LBW.
pad.
And it's given. Oh, I wouldn't be too happy there with that decision, Rodders. It looked as though it was going down leg and a bit height. Bit of height there. What did you think?
Yeah, it was an interesting one. I originally I thought the umpire was going to shake his head. We'll have another look. Well, no feet movement from the batter, so that would have been in the umpire's mind.
I got the height wrong. Actually, it looked just above the knee roll, so the height might have been okay. So it looked like a good decision overall. Of course, we're only looking from the side angle. So an important breakthrough there by Cork Harlequins. That's the first wicket down. LBW by Esmat.
So it's 14 for 1 then. A big breakthrough for Cork Harlequins. Arsan Siam goes LBW to Estimatullah. We just had another look at it there. It was close, no feet movement from the batter. And that might, when the batter doesn't move his feet, then the umpire, the umpire has to do is see where they've taken guard. And that will show what the line of the ball is. So it's going to be Asif then, batting number 3, Asif Hussain. Good friend of mine. He's going to be batting number 3 for his team. Bowled a couple of overs, played, and his first delivery is on the pad. Flicked off the pad for 1. Zubair Hassan Khan doing the fielding, and they'll jog back for 2. And that will bring to an end the 4th over, a successful one for Cork Harlequins. 16 for 1 off 4 overs here at the MCU Premier Division match between Cork Harlequins and Limerick Cricket Club. Cork Harlequins batting first, scoring 173 off their 50 overs. However, they didn't bat out their 50 overs. They only got through 41 and a half. To win, Limerick require 174. Down below in the Mardyke, they're at the break of innings. Cork County 164.
And while we're there is one other match going on in Munster today, and that's a Division 1 match. Nina CC are 233 for 6 off 40.4 overs.
As Senin will bowl to Safre Rame. Senin starting his third over. Blocked into the offside. So the ramifications, will go through them very, very quickly, and keep an ear out for your team to see how they are doing in the race for the top spot. The Munster Premier Division match. If Cork Harlequins beat Limerick Cricket Club, that will be that. They will be crowned champions of the Premier Division. However, if they lose, and it's an inside edge, could have very easily have come back onto the stumps, but it didn't. And Safre Rame gets away with one there. Safraz getting off strike there. That will bring Asif back on strike. He's 2 off 1. Safraz 2 off 13. So should Limerick topple Cork Harlequins, that will open the door for either Cork County and County Kerry. And of course they're playing today down below in the Mardyke. So whoever wins down there will then have a great opportunity of winning the title. Of course, they still have a couple of matches to go next week. County Kerry taking on County Galway. And that's a wide ball outside the off stump to the left-hand bat. Pulling up there was Senin. Should be okay, though. So County Kerry taking on County Galway, and also next week Cork County taking on Middleton. However, Joe, you have something to tell us about that game? No? No? Okay, I do. That game will be Middleton versus Cork County next week. There we go. And don't know anything else about that game. And that's a wide down the leg side this time. So the right-hand, left-hand combination yielding a couple of wides there for Senin.
Let's just hope the left-hander goes back up and fixes this side screen. Pushes it over.
That's true.
We'll have no drama then.
Well, the thing was is that Esmat went right arm around the wicket, and the side screen didn't need to be changed. Apologies about that, by the way. We'll try and sort that ASAP. Senin into Asif then. Played into the leg side. Thought about the single, but Zubair was there.
Senin kind of struggling a little bit against the left-hander. Needs to adjust his line quite quickly. Unusual for him to be bowling a couple of wides in an over.
Has been very consistent all year, has Senin. One last effort is all his teammates are asking for. Bit of bounce from outside the off stump. So Cork Harlequins will know that it was difficult for them to bat, and that if they get the ball in the right areas, that it will be difficult for Limerick to bat as well. Of course, this surface, it's a good surface for this time of year, but it has been a bit indifferent, a bit up and down bounce, which is to be expected.
It's also a fresh surface as well. Hasn't been used at all this year. It's the end of the over. 19 for 1 off 5 overs. Even Stevens Rodders, you reckon?
Yeah, even Stevens at this point. Limerick will be disappointed. They lost Arsan Siam, who's had a wonderful season. But they'll be happy that they're not so far behind the run rate. In fact, they're just up with it. The current run rate is 3.8. The required run rate is just below that. So they're on target runs-wise, but still a long way to go. Looks like Esmat is going to continue. And one of my moments of the season, Joe, just one of them.
Yeah.
There are many of them, is when, for the first time, a no ball was called because the bowler did not tell the umpire what his action was. So
that's right.
We'll just get back to that in a moment. Not out. Kind of inside half of the bat there from Safraz. Another pitched up delivery there from Esmat. But it was very interesting. Normally it's it just kind of happens without thinking that the umpire will shout down right arm over or left arm over. But the bowler ran in and didn't tell the umpire his action, and out went the right hand in a perpendicular action to signal a no ball. It was a first. Well kept out from Safraz. 2 dots to start the over. Has a thumbs up there from
Abdul. Ramsey, is it? Oh, he doesn't have his.
So, did you remember that?
I do, but I can't remember. Was it a Middleton match, was it?
I know Gerald Sullivan was who's umpiring from this end.
Was it a T20 so, was it? I think it was.
We were just mentioning there at the break of innings, I was talking to members of the faithful in Munster cricket, and they said that a no ball was given during a professional English match. I think it was the Royal London 50 over
yesterday, was
final,
it?
Yeah, where 5 penalty runs were given because a fielder picked up the wicketkeeper's gloves after they threw it off. Blocked again. 4 dots to start this over from Estimatullah, joining the dots for his team. That the wicketkeeper went to field the ball, threw his glove off to throw the ball back in, and that his teammate ran towards the stumps, picked up his glove, put it on, was mucking about, and caught the ball, which was thrown back in with his glove.
And it's a no ball here.
I think this is a conventional one.
Front foot. Yeah.
So talking about penalty runs and no balls, a bit more of a conventional call here from Ger. That's a front foot no ball, which means a free hit.
What's Sarfraz going to do here now?
Great opportunity for him to let loose, break free. It's been tough going for him so far, 2 off 18, so a good opportunity for him to have a swing at this one. What would you be doing here, Joe?
Swing away.
Swing away.
Swing hard. And that's well left.
Well, it was a free hit.
It was, yeah.
Well bowled.
Yeah.
Well bowled by Esmat.
Could have just thrown the bat, anything.
He could have done anything. He opted to leave.
The lone seagull out here.
Yeah, a couple of seagulls starting to gather.
Is that a bad omen for the weather that's going to come in?
Well, normally a cricket commentator would say that the ball will swing more with weather on the way.
It's an appeal for an LBW, but...
No, I think it was a cop behind.
Sorry, cop behind. Apologies.
6 overs done, 20 for 1 here at Farmers Cross, a cloudy Farmers Cross. It's gotten a little chilly. You can see a lot of long sleeve slipovers and caps and whatnot. I'd for sure much rather be a batter with all those extra padding on to keep nice and warm.
No, anybody wearing a long sleeve apart from the wicketkeeper? You have to wear a long sleeve as a wicketkeeper, obviously.
Well, I would have gotten fined umpteen times for doing that. I always wear short sleeve as a wicketkeeper.
You don't probably have a long sleeve jersey, do you?
No, I probably don't. So, Cork Harlequins 172 all out. Limerick Cricket Club 20 for 1 in reply. Here comes Sennan.
Oh.
Good length delivery. Beats the outside edge. It's something that Limerick did an awful lot in their first innings, beating the outside edge of the bat.
Asif needs to be careful here. I think he just needs to get behind the ball.
And I think this is where Limerick can start to win this game if they can get through the tricky periods. It's something that Cork Harlequins didn't quite manage to do. And that will help. That's a wide ball down the leg side.
That was a bit fuller by Senin, but it was coming across the batsman. Three slips in play here.
Yeah, very attacking field, isn't it? A third man in position, a square leg, a mid-wicket, a kind of a backward point, an extra, a mid-off.
Well defended there by Asif.
Plenty of scoring opportunities for Asif, but a lot of company around the bat as well with the three slips, as you said. Very rare that you have three slips, isn't it?
It is, especially on a surface that isn't carrying through as well as normal.
Would you have your catchers in front of the wicket?
I would, yeah, personally. But
he's gone for it, up and over the top. A safe stroke there for Massive. Nobody at the mid-on position. That's his first boundary. 1 bounce 4.
That's popped up over the
ditch
the road, the ditch.
The ditch of reason. The ditch of reason and common sense.
Gone across the road, I would assume. They're looking from the top of the ditch. I did cut it there a couple of weeks ago, but I'd say now the grass has grown again after that.
They're trying a bit of what's called, in the industry, triangulation.
They are. Again, we did say this before, having a GPS tracker put into the balls.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, that's the way forward. I think triangulation is the kind of caveman version of it. So what it means is that you have 3 people looking at it from 3 separate angles. One person points, the other person tracks, the other person looks for it.
And
in a triangle formation.
While you're chatting about that, I'll just move over to the first over has been bowled in the Kerry innings. And it's a maiden over. And it is Rob Duggan who's opening the bowling for Cork County. And it's Saidaway Baka and Said Tabish who are the 2 batsmen. It looks like, have they found the ball, or do they think that it's gone over?
Well, no ball has been thrown back. Normally if someone finds the ball, they throw it back aimlessly. And you just see it bounce back into the arena. Well, unfortunately we have no correspondence down in the Mardyke, so we can only just go on what the live scoring is telling us. So although the live scoring doesn't lie, but doesn't always tell the whole story. As in, there could have been a beat the bat, could have been an LBW appeal, you don't know.
I know. So Arpit is bowling the second over.
Well, we had this in a previous game. Another highlight for me was that Cork County versus Cork Harlequins Division 2 T20 Cup final. Great to have a midweek game televised. It was myself and John Buss, and I believe you were playing in that game, Joe.
Yes, I was, on the losing side. Thank you. It was Cork County played really well that day.
And we've got the ball back. Dear, oh dear. Also, there's another match happening. In what division is that?
That's Division 1.
Division 1, oh yeah.
Nina are putting up a huge score there, 244 for 8. Still a couple of overs remaining, and it is Sony who scored 64. And who else?
We'll go back to Cork Harlequins for a moment left.
There's an appeal.
Given. Well, it's Boldham. It's Boldham. So, well, very confusing there. Asif left the ball on his off stump.
Did he hit it?
It came off his
we'll
pad.
have another look here. Let's see what happened here.
Well, he's gone anyway. He's bowled 25 for 2.
Oh, wait. Ball was thrown back in.
Ball was thrown back in and hit the stump. So that's what happened there. Very confusing. So let's just go through that. The ball was left on by Asif. it was given out, and the reason the stumps were broken was because someone threw the ball, a fielder threw the ball in and hit the stump. So it was LBW.
Yeah. Looks like LBW, all right. We're having another look at that replay.
So 25 for 2.
Oh, yeah.
25 for 2. Asif goes for 6. Big breakthrough for Cork Harlequins. If you want to look at that again, just double tap the left-hand side of your screen if you want to put yourself in the shoes of the umpire and see what you thought of that decision. So we'll just see who the next batter is. So that was LBW. Asif goes for 6. And again, our apologies that the side screen's in the way. We will try and get that sorted ASAP. So Senin with his first wicket. 2 LBW decisions. 2 wickets falling. LBW, one for Estimatullah and the other one for Senin Jones. Both openers have a wicket now. Lots of noise. Limerick need to batten down the hatches. At the moment, there's a storm going careering across. They need to hold their nerves. Another LBW shout. Given not out this time. No, it was a nick. Given not out from the umpire. It's all happening here. Limerick, they feel they need to weather this storm. It was a nick behind was the appeal. I thought it was an LBW. It's quite hard to see from our vantage point. It was a nick behind. That the appeal was for, but it was not out. It did not come off anything. So that was not out. Of course, the Harlequins fielders need to be careful. They don't want to speak out of turn. Here comes Senin again. And it's Mo Suarez, the new batter. It's the end of an eventful over. 7 overs done, 25 for 2. Remember, you can double tap the left-hand side of your screen if you want to replay any of that and put it on mute so you don't have to listen to myself or Joe's voice. So, first ball, Mo Suarez an appeal for a caught behind, given not out, and the next delivery was blocked at all.
There was a noise. Certainly there was a noise there.
But you need to be 100% as an umpire, and he wasn't.
I know.
Impartial, as always. So
Limerick will have to knuckle down here now.
Absolutely, they'll have to batten down the hatches. The storm is starting to rumble a little bit. Cork Harlequins getting the noise up. No boom mic today. Just the two of us doing the talking. Down the leg side should be called a wide. And it is called a wide. It was Shivam Kisley, the wicketkeeper, diving away to his left.
Safras is going to have to just lead here now by example. It's not really about runs for him quite as much yet. He can settle in. But as you said, weather the storm here from the 2 openers. They both will probably bowl another 3 overs each, or 2 overs anyway for Senin to hold some overs back.
The umpire having a quick word with the bowler, just inquiring about that front line, just that he's pushing it and that he needs to bring it back.
Well picked up there by Joyce.
Well kept out from Safraz.
Yeah.
Played into the leg side, fielded by Matty Brewster. So Safraz doing very well for his team here. He just needs to keep going. And in this situation, Joe, the opposition are on the bowling side, are bowling dot balls. They're on top. Lots of appealing, lots of close shaves. How, as a batsman, how do you start to battle through that? What should be their mindset?
Well, firstly, try and close off to outside influence. Be the first thing that's well driven down and picked up by... Oh, and there's an appeal for an LB or for
Oh,
a
he's
run out.
got him. What a throw. It's Kieran O'Reilly with the direct hit from mid-off. And it's hit the stumps. Safraz is run out for 2. And Limerick, a mini collapse here. They're now 26 with a loss of 3 wickets halfway through the 7th over. Sorry, Joe, I interrupted you.
It's all right. I've forgotten what you asked me. Yeah, some pick up there by Kieran O'Reilly in a direct throw. Umpire was directly in line, so he could tell whether it was a run out or not. So unfortunately for Sarfraz, he'd worked hard, but he has to go.
So a run out from Kieran O'Reilly. Safraz running to the danger end. He called his partner through, and I suppose Mo Swar was running to the not danger end, if you could call it that. Very good fielding there from the skipper. Leading from example. Mo Swar, he needs to get that out of his mind now, as that plays the ball through extra cover, coming back for 2. The fielder slipped out there, and he will get back comfortably. So 2 runs. Mo Swar has to put that out of his mind now. It's gone. He needs to focus at the task in hand. And it will be Summock then. So Summock is going to join Mo Swar. Good shot there from Mo Swar. That's one thing about being a young man. Just put it out of your mind. Put the run out of your mind and just carry on batting. As Tomatula to run in again. These two would have played against each other in the Munster squads. The underage squads, that is. So on opposing teams today, 1 delivery left to go in this over. 28 for 3.
Yeah, obviously Mo Sauer, brother is Murtaza.
That's right. Played into the leg side. No run there. That's the end of 8 overs. 28 for 3. So you're all very welcome along to this broadcast. Be sure to subscribe to the Munster Cricket Union YouTube channel. This broadcast is brought to you by Club Sportscast TV. You can subscribe to that YouTube channel as well if you wish. The logo's on the top right hand side of the screen. Be sure to like and comment. We will call out all the comments as they come in. Joe, you have a quick update before Senan runs in.
Yes, quickly. Cork County have their first wicket. That's Tabish is gone.
Pulled into the leg side, a misfield out there, which will result in 4 runs. So Summock is off the mark with a lovely pull shot. Releases a bit of pressure for his side. The misfield down there was from Esmat. Unfortunately, just couldn't stop that ball, but he's just after bowling an over. He must be a little bit tired out there.
I think he slipped a bit as well.
It is getting a little bit dewy, so Summock. Good player is Summock. Normally a wicket keeper. He'll be looking forward to doing well, getting his opportunity as that's left outside the off stump.
Just going back there, Rodders, County Kerry 2 for 1 off 4 overs with side away Baka and the very dangerous Mono Patel, who also plays up in Leinster, the Leinster leagues.
That's correct. He plays with North Kildare.
North Kildare, yeah.
left outside the off stump. So thank you very much there to the Limerick players for moving the side screen ever so slightly. So now we have a full...
You can still see a little bit of it at the corner,
you
right?
You can, just as you say it, you can. But it's not as bad.
No, and I don't think it's heeding the view of the batsman.
And I think not. We haven't had any close shaves, really. There's only been 1 6 in the innings. That was... In the first innings, it was Adam Hickey, and it went towards the other end of the ground. So, no panics there. So it's great to be able to bring you this broadcast, but it's also good that even when we are here, that the players can still play in the conditions which they would be used to. It's although I suppose the one thing that these players wouldn't be used to is the amount of people who are here.
Absolutely.
There is
I see good number of the seconds and thirds have turned up as well today from Cork Harlequins. It's always good to see other teams in your own club turning up and watching a game.
And I'm sure that's the same story down below in the Mardyke as well. Of course, the best thing about the Mardyke is that it's just on the Mardyke Walk, which is a very popular walking spot, so plenty of footfall.
All heading towards the Mardyke Arena and Fitzgerald's Park.
It's really nice down there, isn't it? So,
a bit of a full toss.
Played through point. That is a wonderful shot there, and it will go for 4. It was a good effort there from Brandon. I think it did touch the rope, and you can tell by his reaction. Well, from my vantage point, it did touch the rope, but it looks like Summock will only get 3 here. So remember, it's not what we say, it's about what the umpires say. To my vantage point, it hit the rope, and Joe, you're nodding back to me. Did you see it too?
I did. It did look as though, but I suppose when you're in chasing it, you mightn't be able to tell if it did touch.
You can't tell.
When
you're chasing it, you can't tell. All you're doing is focused on the ball. You cannot tell whether the ball has hit the rope or whether it's you hit the rope. Yeah. Another body part of you hit the rope. It's very difficult to tell. Summock then with 3 off the last over, 3 off the last ball, so 7 off that over. 35. We'll just get the score. Yeah, 35 for 3 off 9 overs. Esmat to continue. So Summock on strike, which means that it was only 3, that last delivery. 35 for 3. Still in this game are Limerick. They still have a lot of batting to come. But of course, these two will want to put a good partnership up.
They are still ahead of the run rate. It's just the wickets would be their major concern.
Wonderful shot straight down the ground. Kieran O'Reilly will get around to it, though. It is a no ball. That's the second one for Esmat, again for a front foot. And it will be a free hit. So this is... So a no ball and 1 run. The batters...
They can move the field now.
They can, yeah. Because the batters crossed, they can move the field. So after a bit of excitement there, Limerick, after wrestling the initiative back to an extent, they'll want this to continue on for another 4, 5, 6 overs. Here's the free hit. Goes down the ground. Doesn't get much bat on it, does Mosawar. And the throw back in knocked the middle stump out of the ground, but the batter was so far home he was camped there at in behind the line.
Mosawar kind of towed that bat. I'd be surprised if he has a look at it in a while.
A big red mark down by the toe.
Yeah.
Similar to what all my bats look like, to be honest.
So it's also 1 minute to go before the Bangladesh-Ireland game. I'm looking.
It's the women's game.
Yeah. The qualifier, important game for both teams.
So there's the Cork County Kerry game. It's all happening. Played into the leg side from Summock. He will pick up runs. Bit of a late taking off, but he did beat the mid-wicket fielder. Will race back for two. It's Devon doing the fielding from square leg.
Beautiful shot, that.
Really nice shot.
Yeah.
Of course, value for your shots here at Cork Harlequins if you manage to
beat the infield
and hit the middle of that bat. Well, this game has the recipe to be a really good one. Going to be a tight finish, one would imagine. Down the ground. It's going to be a long chase.
There we go.
But the ball will win.
Shot of the innings by Summock.
His second boundary all the way along the ground. Really nice. A full toss, Joe, at this level will be put away for four.
It will. I think he was trying to bore of a more Yorker length. Just got it all wrong.
Season campaigner of skipper Kieran O'Reilly fetches that ball out of the ditch of no return. I know I said this in a previous broadcast, but the ditch of no return, I think it's seen its last number of seasons, surely. When is it going to go, Joe?
I have no idea. Might be here for longer than you think, Rodders.
That's a wide ball down the leg side. A good effort there from Shivam. He's got up okay. I thought that drilled into his foot a little bit, but he got up pretty well. So that's two wides, which means that will bring Mo Sawar back on strike. Young man, however, he's got a calm head on young shoulders, does Mo Sawar.
Good pedigree.
And today, no matter what happens, will be a big learning curve for him. It's a pressure situation. It's a difficult period of the game for him and his team. 2 deliveries to go in the power play. Again, wraps into the pads, but I think that was sliding down the leg side. You can always tell when the wicketkeeper goes down leg as an umpire, that's a bit of a giveaway, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
So as the wicketkeeper, stay where you are, even if it is going down leg side.
But you can't con people all the time. You will be caught at some stage.
The club cricketers' way of going about it. Played into the leg side from Mo Sawar, fielded at square leg by Devon, and that is the end of the power play. 46 for the loss of 3 wickets here at Farmers Cross. This Premier Division match between Cork Harlequins and Limerick Cricket Club. Cork Harlequins looking to win their first Premier Division title in 10 years. The last time they won it was back in 2012. The captain on that day was
Ted Williamson.
Ted Williamson, that is correct. Well, a bit of trouble here, Joe. Do you want to talk us through it very briefly?
Yeah, County Kerry are in a bit of trouble now. 2 wickets down, just 4 runs on the table after 6 overs. Mano Patel has gone for a duck off 12 balls. So it's Saeed Owe Baka and Kazim Mohammed who are out there at the moment. And Robert Duggan caught that one with Arpit getting his 2nd wicket.
It's interesting, Joe, very quickly, no extras.
No extras so far, yeah.
Very impressive from Cork County.
Meanwhile, Ireland are bowling and Bangladesh are 1 off none of the 2nd ball. There's going to be a change of bowling here meanwhile. And it looks like Zubair Hassan Khan. We did mention that he normally opens, so this is...
Well, it's taken him till the 10th over to be introduced, Joe.
Who do you think will come on for Esmat?
He might go again. It's hard to say. I'm not sure what Kieran is thinking at the moment. No doubt he's thinking about spin, isn't he?
He has to be thinking about spin.
So Zubair Hassan Khan then into the attack for Cork Harlequins. A much taller bowler, perhaps the quickest bowler on show for Cork Harlequins today. He comes from quite a height.
He does.
And he will be trying to extract as much bounce as he can from this surface. You can see there the stumps are being knocked in by the bat.
Which is always not a good thing to do.
Groundsman must be not impressed.
And why would you not hit the stumps in with a bat, Rodders?
Not going there at the moment. Anyway, 2 dots to start off with from Zubair. It's because you might break the groove, Joe. Is that correct? If you hit it at an angle.
No, you damage it because the grooves, you'll flatten the groove, so eventually you won't be able to put the bails on.
There we go.
Yeah, there you go. But some people don't listen to us.
Kind of reminded me of a bit of a John McEnroe there. When he hits the ball, he kind of makes a sound, or a Sharapova maybe. Just as Zubair releases the ball, there's a bit of a grunt. Putting all the efforts that he can for his team. Of course, Zubair has played a lot of cricket this year as well. Plays in the Leinster Leagues with Terenure and has played Munster then with Cork Harlequins. So
he's the only person in the country to play in 2 national finals for 2 different teams.
Yeah, that's right.
Played for Terenure in the National Cup against where they lost out to North County, where he did take 3 wickets, and he also played for Cork Harlequins in the All-Ireland T20 final where they lost to CIYMS.
That is correct. So he's played a lot of cricket, and he'll be feeling it, no doubt. It's been a long season. Drifted onto the pads. Well played from Summock. Well fielded though at backward square leg. That was Devon there diving away to his right. So it's something Cork Harlequins pride themselves on, and they'll want to save every run that they can. Change of field as Mosawar is on strike. Sumuk getting off strike there with that shot into the leg side. Third man comes inside the circle and deep square leg will drop onto the fence, which means there's a long on, a long off, and 2 men back on the leg side. That's a scoop shot. An audacious shot there from Mosawar. Well fielded from Esmat. Well, I think add that one to the highlights reel. Mosawar looking to scoop that ball down to third man. He was well played in the end. It was just well anticipated by the fielder. So that's 1 run. 1 delivery to go. Only 2 runs off this over from Zubair's first over. An audacious looking stroke there, Joe.
Yeah, Rodders. He just didn't catch it right.
On a wide outside the off stump. So I believe I'm going to be making way, Joe, in a moment.
No, you're coming here.
So wide ball outside the off stump. Interesting, we're looking at that Cork County game. They've still yet to bowl an extra. And that's a good take down the leg side from Shivam. He had to throw himself to his left-hand side. And it was important as well because had he missed it, that would have raced away for 5 wides, one would imagine. with no fine leg in position. So after kind of a stormy period there for Limerick, they are after wrestling back the initiative, a partnership of 24 now. All along the ground, Estimatula at third man fields. Sumuk takes the single. That is the end of the over. 11 overs gone. It's 51 for the loss of 3 wickets. $51 for 3, 11 overs done, and looks like there's going to be a change of bowling. But before that, I'm delighted to be joined by Dave Griffin, Cricket Ireland President. Hello, Dave. How are you doing?
Hi, Eric. Nice to be here.
It's great to have you with us. So you're very welcome along to Farmers Cross, and I suppose firstly I'll ask you about this game. Cork Harlequins scoring 172, Limerick in reply 51 for 3. It should be bubbling up to be a great game.
Yeah, it's well balanced at the moment. I mean, the 170 looks a good score on a relatively slow wicket, but
yeah,
it's, you know, Limerick, as you say, have come back from losing a few wickets, and it's all to play for at the moment.
And looks like Cork Harlequins captain Kieran O'Reilly is going to turn to spin. We saw in the first innings the spinners had a big impact on the game. Safraz with 4 for off his 10 overs, so looks like a big moment in the game here to see how the Limerick batters deal with the Cork Harlequin spinners.
Yeah, as you say, the spin bowlers went very well for Limerick, so one would think that this will be the key for Harlequins if their spinners can get a grip on the game. It could make it very difficult for Limerick, but we'll have to see how that pans out in the next few overs.
Absolutely, it's a good crowd building here to our left hand side. It's been a great game so far. Of course, a lot of ramifications for down below on the Mardyke as well. We'll keep you posted on that game. An LBW straight away. An LBW appeal, I should say. The umpire shaking his head. And it's always, Dave, when the umpire stands and stares, you get a bit worried as a batter, don't you?
Absolutely. The longer that few seconds can feel an awful long time when you're waiting for the decision.
That's it. It's
went with the batsman that time.
It's when they take a step to square leg, you know that you're all right. That full toss has been hit down the ground for a dot ball. So Sumuk on strike. He's done very well for his team. He came in when his team were in a spot of bother. But a real moment here in the game which it could swing one way or the other. So tell us, Dave, your role as Cricket Ireland President now. So how long have you been in the role so far? Remind us.
I took up the job at the start of May. So it's been a really busy season. I think it's probably the record number of games played. At Irish level, so yes, it's been really busy, very enjoyable, lots of great cricket.
Great, and I believe you've gone to as many matches both at club level but also at interprovincial level as well, following the 4 interprovincial.
Counted exactly, but I have a feeling I'm getting up near 60 matches.
Wow!
For this season, so yeah, it's been intensive but very enjoyable. It's been really good to get around all the clubs and see as much cricket as I have. Brilliant
altogether. And as you said, plenty of cricket being played this summer. Any highlights to yourself? Anything that stands out? Any game in particular? As that's a dot ball and that's a maiden over for Brandon to start off with. So 12 overs done. Limerick now 51 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Well, I reckon for the first international match I was at was the Irish women playing South Africa, and they beat them in that first game.
Oh, brilliant.
That was a highlight. The game against India, where it went down to the last over, and also the one against New Zealand, where the same thing happened. They were incredible games of cricket. Ones that Ireland obviously still regret having not finished out, but
of course.
yeah, you couldn't argue with the standard of play.
And I believe in that match against New Zealand, one young Harry Tector scored a ton. Did you see that live?
Yes, both he and I think Paul Sterling.
Yes,
got
that's
tons
right.
in that game. That was something to see. All right, and with some, I mean, Tector.
He's
George
a great
Dockrell,
young talent, isn't
he's
he?
Fabulous talent, and George Dockrell has been, really, really good as they say, a finisher in T20 cricket.
So it's going to be Zubair then to continue from the city end of the ground. It's Mosawar and Sumuk who are batting for Limerick. Mosawar on 4, Sumuk on 16. And I believe you're going to be jetting off soon to follow the Irish team, Dave?
That's right, off to Australia in a couple of weeks' time for the T20 World Cup.
Wow.
So obviously looking forward to that, and seeing how we get on. I think we can do well, but it's a very evenly matched group, and
yeah.
it's very hard to predict how it will come out.
Yeah, no, it's as you said, you've kind of watched the Irish side from you've gone to the game since May. It's great to see how they've progressed from that.
Yeah, I think the series win against Afghanistan there back in August, was a turning point where after lots of near misses, they actually pulled off some very good victories. Yeah. And Afghanistan have been a bit of a bogey team, and they kind of got over that. So hopefully that's augurs well for the coming matches coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. For sure, we'll be following the Irish side for that T20 World Cup just around the corner now, as Cork Harlequins joining the dots here. 4 dot balls to start off this over from Zubair. Dave, tell me, have you met the players yourself, or kind of met them kind of passing by?
You're kind of around them.
Yeah.
And
I'd say they must be very
various
excited.
Presentation ceremonies at the end of games. You do get to meet them, but it's been very interesting to see how the team has gelled well over the year.
And lots of new faces as well, lots of new players coming into the side.
Quite a turnover. You really only have Paul Sterling and Andy Balburney left from the team that we've had for the past decade. So it's very much a new team, and I think a lot of promise for the future.
Absolutely. I still remember it was Sterling and Will Porterfield, wasn't it? They opened up the batting for a long time for the Irish team.
Porterfield retired this year.
That's right.
Something like 350 matches for Ireland. I mean, it's an incredible career.
Yeah, definitely things are looking up for the Irish squad. And a wide ball, so that kind of breaks the chain of all those dots.
The other one I'm keeping an eye on at the moment, the women's team are starting another qualification for their World Cup today. They're out against Bangladesh.
Oh yes,
this evening, and again it's a tough tournament to get through, but I'm hopeful they'll give a good account of themselves.
I'm glad you brought that up, Dave. We have the score here. Bangladesh, they won the toss, elected to bat, and are 21 without loss. So Ireland in the field, as that's another dot ball. Lots of oohs and ahs there, but a dot ball through to the wicketkeeper Shivam. 13 overs gone, 52 for the loss of 3 wickets. Yeah, just looking there, Bangladesh 22. Without loss of 3.4 overs. So that game just starting, and you're saying there as well, Dave, you're hopeful for the women's team as well going forward.
They started out the year with quite a weakened side because of injuries and exams and whatever, but they've really got their full squad back now, and had some very impressive warm-up wins against Scotland and Holland. So They've great batting talent, so the question will be if their bowling will be able to match that and keep the other sides in check.
For sure, we'll be keeping an eye on that game as well as the game happening down below in the Mardyke. We'll give you, we'll rain check that game at the end of this over. This is Brandon. He'll be bowling his second over. His first over was a maiden. So on a slow wicket here in Cork Harlequins. Not the easiest to bat on. Limerick they're doing well at the moment. Played into the leg side that time for one. And a run out attempt, but the batter was safe. So who are Ireland taking on in their group? In the T20 World Cup in Australia?
In Australia, they have Zimbabwe, West Indies and Scotland.
Oh, okay.
I think any of those we can beat on our day, but probably equally they can beat us. I think it's a very hard group to predict as to how the outcome will be. But two go through, so I'd be hopeful that we can make the top two.
Absolutely. And what grounds will you be visiting?
All those games are in Hobart in Tasmania.
Oh wow!
So that's our base for that part of the tournament. And the warm-up matches are in Melbourne, so including the MCG, so that should be a nice experience. The
MCG. Have you been there before?
No, I haven't.
Oh, cool.
So, looking forward to that one.
Oh, it'll be great watching the guys getting out on the hallowed turf of the MCG. And I think hopefully the weather will be a bit warmer over there as well. It's a bit chilly here at the moment.
Well, spring in Melbourne should be nice. I'm told the weather in Tasmania is quite like here. So
okay.
So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah.
Could be anything.
Fingers crossed in a couple of weeks' time it'll warm up.
Indeed.
So another over has come and gone there. 2 off that over from Brandon. 54 for the loss of 3 wickets. We'll just very quickly slide on over to that County Kerry versus Cork County match. County Kerry 15 for 3 off in one ball into the 12th over there, chasing 165. So Kerry in a bit of trouble. Good shot there from Mo Sawar, fielded by Esmat. Well, no, he couldn't stop it, so that's a boundary to deep square. A lovely looking shot there from Mo Sawar, his first boundary. Playing that ball through the leg side. Zubair Hassan Khan continuing from the city end of the ground. So a nice looking shot there from him. Dave, also you've got as the president of Cricket Ireland, a bit more media attention as well. You've been lots of people have been coming up, shaking hands with you and whatnot. It's
certainly the role of president is all about getting out and meeting people and talking to people around grounds. So plenty of interaction with spectators and at all the different matches, which has been most enjoyable.
Yeah.
And certainly a couple of sessions on, like this here with at some of the Irish games as well. So yeah, it's been nice.
Indeed. When you say, like, it's as you say, one of the main roles of the president is to get out and to meet people, like in the ground, at different clubs. Do you also meet people from other cricket unions, like us, the presidents of other cricket unions, as that ball is cut away, but a dot ball though?
Yeah, it obviously depends on who's in the travelling party. But yes, New Zealand had their president and their chair over, so certainly met them.
Yeah.
Similarly, the chair, the president, I should say, of the Indian Border Control, Ganguly, was over for their games, and very interesting guy to meet. So that was very interesting.
And that's a good take from Shivam, acrobatically diving down the leg side. So would you say, I suppose, Saurav Ganguly, everyone would know the name Saurav Ganguly, so would he have been the most famous person you would have met?
Probably, yes.
Yeah.
And, very interesting guy. And aside from his cricket involvement, he's also the host of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire in
Oh, no
India.
way.
So,
wow.
So a television star as well as a top cricketer.
Yeah. I didn't know that.
Nor did I until I met him.
Yeah. So is he kind of slipping in the catchphrases? Is that your final answer and all that? Yeah.
Not in our conversation.
Yeah.
I'm sure he has all those off, indeed.
Yeah. And it's interesting, and were they asking you about how Irish cricket was going and about how it progressed and all that?
Yeah, we had, discussions around what we're planning to do. And
oh, great.
Where we'd hope we'd get support from India.
Yeah, wow, yeah.
And obviously with the other countries as well in terms of, feeding maybe, more resources and more money into
yeah,
cricket,
yeah, absolutely,
which is
yeah.
very important.
100%. So the end of the 15th over there, 61 for 3, we think. Of course, this is the unofficial scoreboard. The official scorer is over to our left-hand side there. Yeah, that's very interesting. So I suppose in general, Dave, the future is bright going forward for Ireland cricket on a world stage.
Yes, I think so.
Good, yeah.
And and if we can perform well in both the men and women's World Cups, that will be, a big signal for the future as well.
Brilliant. And also, I think there's another test match coming up for Ireland, was announced recently as well.
Yes, there will be a test in the UK next summer.
Unreal.
Still waiting for confirmation of the venue.
A big appeal. Well, Summock there was getting a little nervous, but not out was the call from Ger O'Sullivan. It's always very nervy as an umpire, isn't it? You have a split second to make the decision.
Having been there many a time, yeah.
I was just gonna, yeah.
It's you have to keep on your toes all the time.
Yeah.
In terms of.
And again, and he's given this one this time. It's Summock. He played really well. A bit of a scare the previous delivery, but this one, the umpire has put his finger up. Summock has to go for 18. Limerick now 61 for 4.
Yeah, I think he went across the stumps a little that time, and that probably was the difference.
Yeah, that's right. So Summock played well out there, 18 off 28 with 2 boundaries. He goes leg before. And as you said there, Dave, kind of going across his stumps, meaning that the impact was on line and you're deeming that ball that would have gone on to hit the stumps.
That's presumably how the umpire read that one.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
So as we said, spin might be important here, and that's the first wicket from a Harlequins spin attack. So we'll see if they can build on that.
You took the words out of my mouth. That the spinners is going to be a key part for this. So I'm just going to... So the next batter out there is Arslan. We got our man on the ground there, the man of the people, Joe Mahoney, to tell us that. So Arslan Anwar is going to stride out. He's the captain. Brandon Kruger taking his first wicket. So before the action out there in the middle kind of interrupted us there, Dave, we a test match next summer in the United Kingdom.
Yes, and I think there's 2 other away tests. I think one in Bangladesh, and I'm not sure off the top of my head where the third one is.
Yeah.
But we're back into test cricket in a big way next year.
Brilliant. Because I'll always have memories of our first test match back in 2018 above in Malahide against Pakistan. A really good... a
really good game where for a short period we looked like we might even pull off
a
absolutely. After Kevin O'Brien's heroics, but not quite to be, but a really good occasion. And then obviously over in our first test in Lords, we had England wobbling, but couldn't quite finish them off.
Yeah. And for sure, plenty more of those days to come.
Oh, definitely, yes.
For the Irish Test match team. So a great chat there, Dave, just about Irish cricket, both men's and women's. Lots of oohs and ahs happening out there now. That ball taken off the stumps there from Arslan. Myself and Joe mentioned earlier about what's important on a slow surface as a batter is to get onto the front foot. That getting onto a back foot shot can be quite risky out there.
Yeah, I think most of the wickets that fell in the Harlequins innings were people going on the back foot and getting trapped.
So definitely, and of course Limerick would have seen that. They would have seen that going on the back foot was risky business. And just on cue, looks like we're going to have another spinner brought into the attack. It's Adam Hickey. Worth noting as well, of course, Brandon and Adam made their debuts for the Munster Reds.
Yes,
this season.
It was great to see, and hopefully that's a sign of more local players coming through to the Red side in the next couple of seasons.
100%. I was just going to say, just in terms of Munster cricket, of course, the representative side of the Munster Heat as well. It's great to see so many players who would have played through the ranks in Munster now starting to knock on the door of that Munster Reds team.
Yeah, I think probably the biggest achievement ever in Munster cricket was winning the Future Series with the Munster Heat. And hopefully we'll see 4, 5, 6 of that team going into the Red squad in next year. So
hopefully they'll make the jump up to that
absolutely.
Squad. Yeah,
that's what we hope to see. But it's certainly a good sign for the future for Munster cricket.
Absolutely. And it's and of course, and this is the division where the homegrown Munster players get to show off their skills, like Adam here at the moment. I believe it was against the Northwest. Might have been the Northern Knights, I think.
It was the Northern Knights
in the Mardyke. Yeah, that's the one.
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
I hesitated there a bit, just had to get the team right. It was the Northern Knights.
And then Brandon came into the team towards the end of the season.
That's right. Played into the leg side by Mo Sarwar. And of course it was great to see then Cormac back in the team as well. He made his debut a couple of years ago. And,
that's right. And then with COVID he wasn't able to come back over.
That's it, yeah.
He came back in and did extremely well. So, the foundations are there. There's 2 or 3 more guys not far off the standard as well. So
100%.
We'll hopefully see a much more local involvement in Munster Reds over the next few years.
Arslan, the skipper, gets off strike, playing that ball into the leg side. It's been a long old season for these players, because it's the 18th of September now. All the schools are back, and all the other sports are starting to kick off. A stumping opportunity, given not out. An audacious stroke there from Mo Sarwar. I think he swapped his hands, which means it was a switch hit. I think a stroke that you're likely to see in 2020 cricket there, Dave.
Yeah, not maybe the best shot in these conditions, on a slow wicket, but
yeah, it was.
He got away with it.
Of course, we saw Mo Sarwar trying to scoop the ball as well, trying to put the bowlers off. Intensely keeping an eye on this game. It's kind of seesawing one way and the other. A much more conventional shot there from Mo Sarwar means he gets the single, he keeps the strike. 17 overs done. It's 64 for the loss of 4 wickets. So the 2 umpires coming together I think this should be drinks if it's going to mirror the first innings. And it is drinks. It's weird. Normally for drinks everyone just scuttles off the ground, don't they? Everyone wants a break.
Maybe that's now that it's cooled down a bit.
They want to stay out there.
They're not quite as focused on it.
So that was unusual. Some went, some didn't, but it is going to be a drinks break, and myself and Dave will take a break as well. Dave, Cricket Ireland President, thank you so much for joining us here in this broadcast.
Thanks, Eric. Delighted to be here.
So much thanks there to Dave Griffin. Really interesting to hear him. And it's great to have a Munster man back at the helm of Irish cricket. Just going through a few scores there. County Kerry are now up to 32 for 3 off 14. A dreadful start for them. They're chasing 164, apologies. 132 they need. And it's Yaqub Ali and Kazim Mohammed Butt who are the two batsmen there. Kazim on 13 and Yaqub on 7, while you have Ayush is just starting his first over. And Nabil Anjum has bowled 1 over 2. Meanwhile, in the Ireland T20 match, the ICC Women's T20 World Cup qualifier, Bangladesh were batting first and they are 46 for 1 off 8.5. Just a lowish run rate there of 5.2, so the Irish ladies bowlers doing pretty well. So an important game for them to kickstart their campaign. A win would be fabulous. So we're back into the action here. And Limerick are 64 for 4. Mo Sarwar is on strike, and Brandon Kruger will continue from the clubhouse end and starts off with a dot ball. A few nerves around the club. I was doing a little stint around there, Rodders, while you were interviewing the El Presidente. Mo Sarwar goes on the back foot, tries to flick that around the corner. But Zubair Hassan Khan is there, pounces on the ball, no run.
Yeah, great to talk to Dave. Very insightful.
Yeah.
And to be honest, great conversations he's had with very many interesting people.
It's an appeal for an LBW. It's not given, but there will be runs.
Wait for the umpire's signal.
Looks stylish.
And it is runs.
Comes off the bat all right. Just a single. Brings Arslan Anwar, the captain of Limerick, on strike.
So Joe, I'll say we'll have to check that scoreboard at the end of the over. I was chatting to Dave. I may have made one or two mistakes, but...
okay, we'll sort that out there in a bit. Arslan eases into that.
But just while I'm thinking of it, Joe, yeah, great to have Dave on. Very interesting conversation. What I found most interesting about it was the interaction he's had with other cricket, well, I suppose here we call it cricket unions, cricket boards, whichever title each cricket union uses. But yeah, it was very interesting. What teams we want visiting our shores. The groundwork goes in now, and it's gentlemen like Dave who make it happen. So he's doing a great job, and we wish him all the best in his trip to Australia, leaving in a couple of weeks' time, as our commentary position is invaded just a little bit. Not at all.
He's a great ambassador for Irish cricket, isn't he?
He is, absolutely. And
a quietly spoken man, but has cricket in his heart.
So thank you for Cricket Ireland President Dave Griffin for joining us there for a quick stint. 18 overs done, 67 for the loss of 4 wickets. Cork Harlequins taking on Limerick Cricket Club here at Farmers Cross. We'll get you an update from the Mardyke. Should Limerick win this game, then that game becomes all important. And in fact, before Adam trundles in for his next over, actually...
I've done it.
My apologies, Joe has already given you an update. And I think Joe, Kerry are in a bit of trouble.
They are in a bit of trouble, but...
still all to play for, though.
Long way to go yet.
Mo Sawar, in general, has played really well. 14 off 32 with 1 boundary. A couple of audacious strokes, which are more aligned to T20 cricket, but... well, that's a wonderful delivery. We've seen a few of them today. Safraz Rame in the first innings, Abdul as well in the first innings, and now Adam Hickey in the second.
Beautiful looking delivery there, beat the bat. Looking for the edge. That's hit in the air. That may go all the way.
And it does.
Beautiful shot there by Mo Sawar. Picks up his first maximum. And he'll go again. This time it's in the air. And that's taken by Kieran O'Reilly. He threw away his wicket, Rodders. There was no need for that.
He just hit a 6 the previous delivery. A rush of blood to the head for the young man Mo Sawar. He goes for 20. Caught Kieran O'Reilly. Bowled Adam Hickey. Limerick 74 for the loss of 5 wickets.
I'm surprised, and I'll be honest, I'm disappointed with Mo Sawar. He was well set. He'd done all the hard graft and work. And he just could have knuckled down there a bit more. But he had a fine knock, to be fair to the young fella. And his captain will now be joined by another batsman, who I will get in one moment.
So going for another maximum there, Mo Sawar, one would imagine. He skied it in the air. Captain O'Reilly was underneath it. He's been in the action, his Kieran, with the run out and now with the catch to go along with his 27 not out in the first innings. He's having a good day. Adam Hickey, the 2 batters crossed, so it looks like Arslan Anwar will be on strike. for Adam. Down the ground. Fielded by Kieran. Can't keep him out of the game at the moment. That's a single. Nishant then to join his captain. Last ball of the over then. First ball for Nishant. And it's a wide ball. There was an appeal there from one fielder, but nothing going for it. A wide ball. So this will be the last delivery, barring an extra.
A cheeky appeal.
Very cheeky appeal. What happened there?
I think it's a bit of sportsmanship going on. The wicketkeeper normally appeals for something if it's going down wide. We've all done it.
We've all been there. 19 overs done, 75 for the loss of 5 wickets. Limerick now, their target has gone below 100. They require 98 off 161 deliveries. Not so much the runs aren't really as important. The wicket column is what Limerick will be. Well, obviously the runs are important, but that's not the worry for Limerick. It's the wicket column that's the worry, and especially for County Kerry down below on the Mardyke, the wicket column is a very, very big worry. Joe?
Yeah, another wicket gone down. It looks like Yaqub Ali has been bowled by Nabil Anjum, the other spinner. Spinner against spinner, and it was Nabil that won that battle.
Bit of a spinner's day. 5 wickets for Yaqub down below on the Mardyke, and the spinners doing the business for Limerick earlier on today.
37 for 4 Carrier chasing 100, or 37 for 4 chasing 164.
Few more people now entering the ground. Played into the leg side, fielded at deep backward square. So this is, Arslan is on strike, so looking to play a captain's innings for his team. Still very doable this for Limerick. One partnership can sway this game. Well left outside the off stump. Bit of a tense period of the match here, Joe.
It is, but it's pretty even Stevens still. As you said just earlier on, Limerick are now under 100.
And I think even psychologically, having the runs required under 100 will be a bonus. It's like when you go into the last over of a game, you don't want to be chasing any more than 10 runs. Well, the batter played that into the leg side. The non-striker wanted the single. Arslan did not. Ended up being a dot ball. 75 for 5. 20 overs done. Brandon Kruger. Well, what a spell he's bowled. What a season he has had with the ball. 5 overs. 3 maidens. 1 for 5. A couple of them kind of flew by there as I was chatting to Dave. But a really economical spell of bowling so far from Brandon. And I suppose something the Cork Harlequins faithful have become used to, Joe.
Yeah, and he's well known around Munster now and Leinster, bowling economically. And he also had a pivotal role in that Munster Heat squad, winning that tournament there this year.
As Dave mentioned, I think probably the highlight of the year on the Munster calendar was that Munster Heat, all Munster homegrown players. Beating other representative sides. Something that doesn't happen much.
No, but they're getting there. And it was good to see so many young players from all different clubs being introduced as well. So it wasn't just the normal players that are known. It's a bit shorter bowling by Adam. And Nishan gets off strike. Picks up his first run for a single. Plays that around the corner.
So hope you are enjoying today's coverage. be sure that if you're not watching this coverage to get down to the cricket, be it in the Mardyke or above here in Farmers Cross. I'm sure the bar is open down below in the Mardyke to get your crisp sandwich and glass of Tenora. Real Cork style. And not too sure about up here in Farmers Cross, hard to tell, but there's a lot of people watching. Beats the outside edge of the bat. It's happened an awful lot today. Really is spinners. So Arslan gets off strike. I think there's only been 2 runs off this over. Oh. The throw came in, it hit the batter. I think he's okay though. Not intentional, of course. And apologies have been exchanged. So all good there. The score is now 21 overs gone. 76. Sorry, it's 77 for 5 after 21 overs. So we'll just get our scoreboard up to date there. It is 77 for 5. Arslan Anwar is on 4, I believe. And Nishant is on 2. An LBW appeal sliding down the leg side. The umpires have been busy. Limerick got plenty of bowled in their first innings, and there's been plenty of LBWs here in the second. The order of the day, as we said, we're all the way back at the start, is that bowling straight will get you places. Arslan played that out to the leg side, fielded by Devon at deep mid-wicket. Great to see so many people hanging around the ground. $78 for 5. 4 deliveries to go. Brandon Kruger has been going at an economy rate of just over 1. He's now nearly halfway to his 6th over. Glasses of Tenora are flowing.
TK Red Lemonade.
So 1 to come in this over. Only 1 run from it. Brandon joining the dots. Limerick coming a bit unstuck. Just something here, Joe, just to break the shackles, perhaps. Not on that occasion. Well kept out there from Nishant. That's the end of the over. It's 78 for 5. Limerick still require 95 runs to win. 5 wickets left in the shed.
The good thing for Limerick is that they've got plenty of overs. We're not even halfway there yet. Plenty of overs, plenty of time. The only thing is they've only got 5 wickets left.
Absolutely. They do have plenty of time. If they bat out these remaining overs, they will get there. Of course, easier said than done. It is a slow surface out there. And looks like down below in County we have another update.
Yeah, it's just moved on now to 48 for 4 off 18 overs. Carrier chasing 164.
That's well fielded by, I think it's Zubair there, diving away to his right. You'd like to see Limerick just being a bit more positive with their running, Joe, at the moment.
There was an easy single there, Rodders.
Yeah.
Should have taken that. Surprised they didn't go for it. Hickey bowling a good line and length here. He doesn't turn the ball that much.
But what he's very good at doing is being accurate. And especially on this surface. Being accurate will get you places as a bowler. Played down the ground. They will take a single this time to bring Nishant back on strike. Remember, still batting to come for this Limerick side.
An update there, Rodders, from the T20 World Cup. Bangladesh are moved to 77 for 1 off 13.2.
Kind of premeditated that stroke there from Nishant, pushing it into the leg side. Again, could have been an opportunity for a single there as well. So it is the second power play. A reminder that only 4 fielders are allowed side that immaculately measured 30-yard circle, which was checked before the game and also during the interval of the game. They had it to the inch.
Without a measuring stick.
Without a measuring stick. The good old paces, isn't that what they...
Yes.
Back in the old days, they used to have measuring tapes. It was paces.
Yeah.
Ryan Joyce at short extra cover was interested in that for a little bit, but it is a dot ball. 1 run off the over. 79 for the loss of 5 wickets. 23 overs gone here at Farmers Cross for Cork Harlequins versus Limerick. Remember, should Limerick topple Cork Harlequins today and beat them, then that will open the door for either Cork County or County Kerry, who are playing down below at the Mardyke. The winner of that game, should Harlequins lose, will put themselves in the box seat for the 2022 MCU Premier Division League title. And down below in Kerry, it is 49 for the loss of 4 wickets. County Kerry chasing 165 to win that game. Kazim on 24 off 45, and Kura Mikbal, the skipper, is on 1 off 9. Another LBW shout. Given, not out. Boy, who'd want to be an umpire, Joe? Looked like that ball was sliding down the leg side.
Speaking of umpires, the MCU are looking for umpires for next season. So if there will be courses coming up quite shortly. So keep an eye out on the MCU website for these courses. We're always looking for umpires in Munster.
So if you are a potential up-and-coming budding umpire, I suggest you to turn the screen off, because at the moment it is quite difficult for the umpires, but in fairness to them, they are doing a brilliant job. Both umpire O'Sullivan at the what is now the standing end and
The other
umpire Scully from the square leg end. They are doing a great job out there.
The best thing about the umpire being an umpire as well is you can see some really good shots and bowling. I'd highly recommend it. And you get paid as well. A few bob.
Bit of pocket money there. And as we were reminiscing about the umpires, Brandon Kruger has bowled on his merry way, just pitching that ball up. And so far, just defensive strokes. Arslan Anwar, the skipper for Limerick, will know that he needs to play a vital role if Limerick are to get close to this target. Played into the leg side, fielded by Zubair. Another over, another maiden for Brandon Kruger. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 6.
Credible bowling there. And Hickey will continue from the city end.
So 24 overs gone, plenty of time, but Joe, 7 overs been bowled by Brandon, 4 overs been bowled by Adam. Limerick can expect a lot of spin bowling coming down at them.
Well, the max they can face here now is 3 and 6, another 9 overs of this, and that brings you up to 30 odd. So with 17 overs, you nearly fancy if there's pace left, you nearly fancy Limerick at this stage to go and win this match.
The required run rate currently is a boundary and over, and that's a wide ball. That will help. So a boundary and over is what Limerick require. That's a nice looking shot there from Nishant, playing that ball into the leg side.
He likes playing balls down leg, doesn't he?
Play to your strengths. Well fielded there from the mid-wicket fielder, that's Brandon, as Arslan gets off strike. So a better over this one for Limerick. That diving stop there from Brandon 2 deliveries ago. Good effort from him. Of course, he's 7 overs into his spell. That's a good shot. Bit of work to do down there in the deep for Devon. He does so.
It's 3 times now Nishant has played down leg. I can't understand why the Harlequins bowlers are bowling down leg to him. Seems to be his shot.
Well, in fairness, no one means to go out there and make mistakes. They do their best. They're doing their best out there in these chilly conditions, looking out there around the boundary. A couple of brave people donning the shorts.
That ends that over. 83 for 5 of 25 overs. Halfway through the match now.
The last part of the match ready to unfold. And looks like we're going to have a change of bowling then. It's going to be Kieran O'Reilly, the skipper, who's going to bring himself into the attack. He's seen his opposite number, Arslan, batting out there for a while and has thought, let's have a skipper versus skipper duel, just like there was in the first innings.
I wonder, will the tactics change now for Arslan? Will we try and go after Kieran? You can make me a cup of tea. There we are. That's my request gone in.
So there we go. If anyone else wants
a cup of tea,
another order,
Eric is going to go in there in a minute.
Type it.
Yeah.
Type it into the comments box, and I'll get you something.
We don't do Ovaltine. Starts with a dot ball, O'Reilly.
So sliding down the leg side for another dot ball. Thank you very much for all the comments coming into the commentary group there. You're all very good. It's great to see so many people joining us. And no matter if it's just kind of on in the background or if you're intently watching, we are delighted to have you here watching this broadcast from Farmers Cross. Just having a quick look there.
Shout out to Jackson Gilbert. I think he's in the Far East somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Big shout out to Jackson, also to Merle, to Sakkart Sandeep.
There's an appeal for an
There's
LBW.
An appeal given, not out.
Did he say it was going down leg?
I think that wave of the right hand meant it was going down leg. The Cork Harlequins fielders were convinced. They really were. So we'll just get through all the people who commented into the group there in a moment, but just going back out to the middle. Thank you as well to John. John with a couple of digits after it. So a lot of appealing happening. Joe's just told me who John is, so thanks for John.
That's Bussy.
Oh, well, no DRS out there. No, in fairness, the umpires are doing a great job. It can't be easy making calls on the spot.
So good over there by the captain, Kieran O'Reilly. Just 1 run off it.
It's 84 for 5, 26 overs in the books.
And Hickey will return or continue from the City end. The AJ's in the commentary as well. How's it going, AJ? He said we missed a no ball.
That doesn't surprise us at all.
The score is right, AJ. Go away with that. Oh, that came off the edge. Nishan walks away. The voices on the sideline are beginning to increase. A few bits of words of wisdom towards Nishant from the Limerick faithful.
Doing very well out there. He just needs to keep going. This is what Limerick need to do. They need to batten down the hatches.
He doesn't need to do anything silly. Plenty of overs to go.
And I know it's a cliched phrase, Joe, but it will get easier.
Oh, yeah.
The longer you stay out there, the ball will start to be kind of bigger in your eye line. That's a wide ball down the leg side. So again, just these little things will help. That's a
wide ball there. Nishan tried to cut that one.
Important that he doesn't get frustrated here. As you said, Joe, a long, long time to go.
I think Arsenal needs to come down and have a little chat and relax the batsman. Much better than him. Just get back to ball. Half appeal for an LBW, but I'd say that was going down leg. He tried to sweep that one, just missed it. That's the end of the over. Another over with just one run coming off it.
So 85 for 5 off 27. 27 overs. Kieran is going to continue. So 85 for 7. Sorry.
85 for 5. Right?
85 for 5. 27 overs gone. That's where I brought the 7 out. Another 23 to go. And, well, there's a bit of a discussion happening out there now. Not too sure what the discussion is.
Must be important.
At the break, Cork Harlequins were 4 overs behind the run rate. Or sorry, the over rate. So that's quite a lot of time to make up. But as you can see, Kieran bringing his slow bowlers in. Remember, a couple of bowlers haven't had a bowl yet. Matt Brewster.
I'm surprised by that, Rodgers, given that so many of them have bowled maidens. 4 over. I'm genuinely.
Yeah, Ryan Joyce, there's plenty of them.
No, that there were 4 overs behind.
No, I can see why they were 4 overs behind.
Right.
The opening bowlers.
Okay.
Lots of wides, yeah. No, the umpires are spot on there. As the umpires have been spot on all day. And we might have a bit of a break here. Well, no, he's straight back up. That was Brandon Kruger diving away to his left to try and field that ball. And we think it hit him in the face.
No, it hit him in the shoulder.
In the shoulder.
He's been hit everywhere today.
He'll come off the field black and blue, will Brandon.
Yeah. I don't think he'll mind it if they win.
In the game again. Fielding that ball at mid-wicket, just out of shot. You can see there in your display all the fielders have been spread by Cork Harlequins at this point in the game. Kieran O'Reilly with his off-break bowling. Arslan, he's battling out there, skipper to skipper. He's 7 off 37. Who will blink first? That is the question. Well played from Arslan. And that is the end of the over. It's a maiden over from Kieran. His first. 85 for the loss of 5 wickets. 28 overs gone.
Oh. Kerry have lost another wicket. Excuse me. They're now 65 for 5 off 23. Kazim Butt is still there, not out on 25. And it's like an international dialing code with the other batsman. And Imran Pathan is now on 7. The last batsman.
Well, that's played over the top there from Nishant. A wonderful stroke, breaks the shackles up and over extra cover for 4 runs. First boundary in a while. Badly needed for Limerick. Great shot there.
Lovely shot through the covers, but no protection out on the deep. So it was a.
Once he beat the infield, it was 4 all the way.
Starting to get a little bit dark around. Still about 2 hours of daylight left, Rodders.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
About 7, half 7.
Have to get the lights on as that ball has been helped on its way. Nishant has been trying to get that stroke out for a while now. This time he has got bat on ball. And, well, we said it earlier, the longer you stay out there, the easier it's going to get. Back-to-back boundaries for Nishant.
Icky now will have to adjust his line. He's been bowling quite well. Always good to get a couple of boundaries at the start of an over.
Still quite an intense period of play here. A wicket hasn't fallen in a while. And Nishant Kumar is batting very well for his side. He's 12 off 26 now. And the batter just tying his shoelaces. That's what the delay is so far. Yeah, it's just getting a little bit gloomy, getting a little bit colder. You wouldn't be surprised to see a few more jackets going on around the ground. And maybe if the fielders call for more long sleeve shirts or slipovers. And it's just that line outside the off stump. Again, it's a dot ball through to wicketkeeper Shivam. And you just feel as though Limerick they've missed the ball an awful lot. Well, so too did Harlequins, to be fair. And blocked into the offside again. I think good batting here from Nishant. He's keeping out that good ball. And even if he has missed a couple of scoring opportunities, he has stuck to his guns and stayed out there with his captain. Great effort from Mobeen, diving forward, taking it on the half volley. Was well struck from Nishant. Not really a chance. If anything, he saved for a single off the last over. A good over for Limerick. 9 runs from it. 94 for the loss of 5 wickets. 29 overs done.
Oh, good over there by Limerick, and especially Nishant. I wouldn't be surprised if Kieran takes off Adam at this stage. He might bring in Matthew Brewster just to change it up a little bit.
So Kieran to continue. This will be his 3rd over. Nishant, after taking the single off the last ball of the previous over, will keep strike. Partnership of 21 now between these two. Joe, you have a quick update there before Kieran runs in.
Yeah, Bangladesh are 110 for 3 off 17.
So 3 wickets taken there, and another wicket falls here. Nishant batted very well, but he has to go now. He's chipped that one to mid-off, and it's Mubin Ali with the catch at mid-off. Nishant goes for 13. Another wicket has fallen. Limerick 94 for the loss of 6 wickets.
He had just got his eye in, rather. So it was like Mosawar and just gives his wicket away. It happens, but batsmen these days need to play themselves even more, wanting to bat to the end, not give away your wicket.
Well, Nishant did well, but unfortunately he has to depart. He'll be disappointed with that.
He will, and the captain will be disappointed because that's two players now that have fallen around him. And the veteran Shani Alam comes in with that Pakistani helmet he's always worn. Don't think he's changed his helmet in years, unlike a lot of us. I had to change mine a couple of years ago because I cracked it. How did I crack it, Eric?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I came off a field angry and smashed it. Beautiful cover drive at the time, but it split in two.
Did someone shout shot when you hit your helmet?
I think someone shouted shot. Yeah, I believe you had a similar incident a couple of weeks ago as well with a helmet.
It was last week.
Last week.
And
where is that helmet now?
It's now in the bin, where it belongs. Shani Alam to join his skipper out there. Shani has never gotten as angry as myself or Joe to smash their helmet, so he still has it, and probably the best way to do it, to be honest. If you get out, stride off the field, keep your cool, and complain about it later on in the pub.
So if any company wants to sponsor Eric or Rodders and myself helmets,
yeah,
we'll be more than welcome.
Leave a comment there. We'll take a helmet for sure. It's Kieran O'Reilly to Shani, played into the leg side for a dot ball. Big moment in the game, I suppose. They all are really.
I don't think Cork Harlequins will be comfortable until the 9th wicket falls.
Absolutely. The 10th wicket even. The 10th wicket.
O'Reilly's bowled very well today. Just one run off his 2.5 overs so far.
Played into the leg side. Brandon was waiting for it. So one to come then. After such a good over the previous over, a wicket maiden is not what Limerick will want.
It's a wide ball.
And it's a wide ball, so it won't be a wicket maiden.
Commentator's curse there.
Haven't really had much commentators' curses this year, Joe.
We have.
Have we?
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Pushed into the offside. That's the end of the over. 1 run from it. 95 for the loss of 6 wickets. 30 overs down. 20 to go. Limerick require 78 to win their final game in the MCU Premier Division. And Joe, get your captaincy cap and get on the field there. Change of bowling, just as you predicted. And who's coming on?
Matthew Brewster.
There we go.
Those poor helmets. Thank you, Jackson.
So also thank you to Jonathan and Sahad Mahmood. Thank you, guys. And remember, you can, if you want to watch the key moments in this game, you can just double tap the left-hand side of your screen. I just had to get it right there. Double tap the left-hand side of your screen. It will go back 10 seconds and 10 seconds for run out something that you might have missed.
Meanwhile, in the Kerry match, Kerry have lost another wicket now with Kazim caught by Niall Donnelly, bowled by Ayush for 25, and they are 66 for 6 off 24 overs with Imran not out, and I think it's Azdullah Raza.
Assad.
Oh,
Raza.
He's a good player,
yeah.
actually. He's a very good player, Assad.
So it'll be Matt Brewster then to come into the attack. He'll be bowling to Arslan. He's been out there an awful long time as Arslan, just what his team needs. It's very similar. This is exactly what Kieran did in the first innings. He was stranded on 27. Hopefully Arslan will be
there
striding back into the clubhouse in Harlequins and driving back up the road to Limerick with a win under his belt. Played into the leg side, and well, they'll jog through for one. Sen and Jones on the fence there doing the fielding. So it's taken till the 30th over for Matty Brewster to get a bowl. So he'll be looking to impress. No doubt he would have wanted to bowl a little bit earlier than this, but not to be for him. Either that or he must have annoyed his captain somehow.
I'd say this was a bit of tactical here coming up.
An LBW shout.
Looked a bit high to me. Oh, no, going down leg. That right hand coming out.
That right hand, it's... what was wrong with that umpire?
Easiest call, isn't it? Going down leg.
Down leg. Sorry, lads, going down leg.
Yeah.
Sometimes we've had umpires who signalled it's going down leg before the appeal came up.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And that was a wide ball. Shivam kept busy, similar to Eunice in the first innings for Limerick. Don't think there's been any buys from either keeper. They've both done a great job, and we just have a quick update there. I'll get back to that in a moment. Another LBW shout. Again, umpire Scully shakes his head. Has no interest in that one either, and that is a leg bye.
Yeah.
So
update there.
Oh, yeah.
Kerry have lost another one. So this one looking as though it's going to go towards Cork County. I might have given poor old Assad Raza the curse.
Yeah.
As he went out for a duck. Sorry about that, Assad. So Kashif Mahmood, Cash Khan has come in. Another dot ball there by Matty Brewster.
So at 66 for 7, the game is slipping away from County Kerry. They still require another just under 100 runs. Now 99 required off the last 25 overs, but they've only got 3 wickets in the shed. So unfortunate for Kerry. However, in this game, up here in Farmers Cross, Limerick Cricket Club are very much in it. It's 98 for the loss of 6 wickets, 31 overs done. 19 to go now. Matty Brewster just bowled his first over for 2 runs. Looks like Kieran O'Reilly will hand his cap to the umpire and say, cheers, ump, as he goes to the end of his run-up. Just to go through the field, we haven't done it in a while. Let's do it now. Shani Alam is on strike. There is a long on, a deep mid-wicket. Just looking around there now. I think that's it. Remember, they can have 4 men out for the power play. But yeah, it's only 2 men out. And played to Brandon Kruger, who's been very busy at that mid-wicket position. A seasoned campaigner is Shani Alamjo, and as long as himself and Arslan are out there, Limerick will be very confident about getting these runs.
Yeah. 2 good players with 2 good heads on their shoulders.
Off the pad.
Just as we said it. The finger went up. And unfortunately for Shani, he'll have to go after facing 8 balls for no runs.
Yeah, Joe. Don't know if we can have a second look at it, but from first look, it looks like Shani had gone across his stumps. And the ball hit him on the pad. And Ger O'Sullivan raised the finger.
Just going to have a look here at.
So we're just going to have a quick look. It is now 7 wickets down. It's 98 for 7.
Go back 10 seconds.
But yeah, if you want to do that, just tap the left-hand side of your screen if you're watching a smartphone.
Yeah, he did go back all right. And across.
I suppose the only question was the impact in line with the stumps. But Ger O'Sullivan thought so, and that's all that matters. So that's 7 down now, 98 for 7, Limerick Cricket Club. So Kieran O'Reilly with another wicket to his name. The new batter for Limerick has made his way out there. And it's the wicketkeeper, Eunice, who's going to stride out to join his captain. 98 for 7. And that's a real hammer blow for Limerick. Played through extra cover. Well, Eunice wanted the single. He's sent back by his captain, though. Good intent shown from him.
I think they're turning down singles, Rodders.
It's hard to tell. It could just be a communication thing as well. They're just, when the ball is played into the infield, they don't know whether to run, whether to not run.
But they need to push it on.
That cut him in half. That's a wonderful delivery from Kieran. Feet kind of got stuck in the crease there from Eunice. Remember, on the surface, you need to get forward.
He needs to take his time now and just play himself in.
It's of vital importance that Limerick stay in the game. Vital importance. They need to keep going. They need to keep battling on. This game isn't out of reach yet. Only 3 wickets in hand, but still very doable. 75 runs required.
That edged onto his pads there. Very unlucky by O'Reilly.
And it's a wicket maiden. 4 overs done. Sorry, 4 overs for Kieran O'Reilly.
It's all the twos.
2 maidens, 2 runs, 2 wickets. 32 overs gone. 98 for... It's not 2, it's 7.
Go for it. County Carrier now 70 for 7 off 25.2. Elsewhere, that Bangladesh versus Ireland match. Bangladesh scored 143 off their 3 wickets with the wicketkeeper and captain Nigar Sultana Jyoti. I hope I pronounced that right. With a wonderful 67 off 53 balls with 10 fours and 1 6. Matthew Brewster continues from the City end. Arslan blocks that one. Second ball then. A little bit short this time, but Arslan just tries to hit that down the ground, but it's well fielded by Adam Hickey at mid-on. Another dot. Run rate now is climbed to 5.56, but I don't think that matters really, because it's very easy to score boundaries in a small pitch like Cork Harlequins. It's coming off the pad. Arslan looked to flick that down. .98 for 7.
As was described by the commentators at the Clear Currency All-Ireland T20 Cup final, the crowd are starting to get a bit ruckus, I think. The ruckus crowd.
Boisterous.
Boisterous, even.
That's a good word.
Yeah. Starting to get a bit ruckus now. A few people starting to loiter. Neutral fans, of course.
It's well played there by Arslan. Get off strike. Pulled out into the deep where Senan Jones is fielding. Deep square. One ball remaining in this over now. Sorry, apologies, yeah. Limerick moved to 99 for 7.
So been economical from Matt Brewster. Eunice on strike.
Full toss, but well fielded by the bowler off his own bowling.
33 overs done, 99 for 7 now, and yeah, a bit of bite to this game now, Joe. The interest has gone up on the sideline, and it all means that this could be a good finish. 74 runs required for Limerick, and as we said earlier on, they just need to keep plugging away. They need to stay in this game for as long as possible. Current run rate is 3 runs, so the required run rate is just under a run a ball. So that's also another equation that'll come into the reckoning soon enough. It's Arslan who's still batting, Kieran O'Reilly to continue. And I think it's been a stalemate between the two skippers, Joe. No one's really got on top of the other.
No, definitely not. I think the reason why Arsenal is blocking out here is because I think this is the last over before drinks, Rotters. Doesn't want to get out before drinks. And again, 3 balls gone.
And cut away. Straight to the fielder, though. Neither captain has managed to
Outdo the other.
outdo the other. Yeah, thank you. Two deliveries to go. Kieran has bowled economically, to put it lightly now. That's 1 delivery to go in his 5th over. And he's only conceded 2 runs. And it's interesting here with Limerick trying to block it out. Cork Harlequins, they might do something different, which may open up a scoring opportunity.
Drags that one down.
Played to the long on fielder, and that's 1 off the last ball of the over. 100 up for Limerick off the 34th over. 7 wickets down.
I think that's drinks.
In the commentary position, we think it's drinks, and it's been very weird, drinks. Normally when drinks is called, everyone just heads off and you don't find them for 10 minutes.
I think the fact that it's so warm, it's so cold that people weren't thinking why are we having 2 drinks breaks.
Well, I remember back in the day, it was just 1 drinks break at 25 and that was it. Meanwhile,
down at the Mardyke, Kerry have lost another wicket. It's like every time we go there's a wicket down. There's now 71 for 8. Imran Patan is still there on 11, and Brian Hare, the wicketkeeper, I think.
He wasn't the wicketkeeper today. Yeah. No, the wicketkeeper was Imran.
I think he would have been called in at the last minute. He's come into bat, and he's not after 4 balls. And it's Ishan O'Sullivan who's bowling at the moment, bowling his 2nd over.
So just to kind of sum it up there, Joe, 71 for 8.
Yeah.
2 wickets for Cork County required to win. County Kerry required 94, so I think Cork County well on top.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we'll take a little short break there. And please join us after the break. Won't be too long, another 5 minutes, and
for the conclusion of the Munster Cricket Union Premier Division matchup between Cork Harlequins and Limerick Cricket Club. We'll be back in a moment.
And welcome back. It's the conclusion of this match today. So, Limerick are 100 for 7, chasing 173 for the victory, with 16 overs to do it, so they need 73 off 71 balls. Matthew Brewster continues. And Arslan Anwar continues with a dot ball, 10 off 55. Shows a bit of intent this time. Arslan tries to cut that away, but that is
I think
well fielded by Zubair at point.
I once heard Farmers Cross being called Siberia Park, and I think it's living up to its name at the moment. It's absolutely Baltic.
Bloody right there, mate.
It's so cold. I see people walking around with shorts there. I don't know how they're doing it.
It's well left by Arslan.
What was that order you wanted, Joe? Was it tea?
Yes, please. Getting one. I'll commentate away there at Rodders.
100 for 7 then, halfway through the 35th over. 15 to go after this. That's flicked into the leg side. There's a fielder back there, though. That's Senan Jones. He picks it up and throws it in. One off that. Arslan moves on to 11. So he's taking his time. Is Arslan. Still very much in this game are Limerick. They just need to keep going. It will get easier for them. The surface, it's a bit slow, a bit low. But certainly there are an extra 70. And that's bowled. Eunice, bowled by Matt Brewster.
Looks to have played on a little bit there. Edge of the bat.
We've seen that once before. We've seen it again. Eunice goes for a duck. Limerick 101 for 8.
Here come the young lads now. So Abdul Baki will come to the crease. There was a bit of confusion there. I think the captain decided who was going to bat next, as I thought it was Mir Hamza was coming out to bat, and he was told no, Baki was the call. So Abdul Baki, young man.
Yeah, played plenty of representative cricket underage for Munster, so he'll be no stranger to the heat of battle against the other cricket unions. He's up against Cork Harlequins today, playing for his team.
Good test for the young man. See how he gets on. 101 for 8 now. Cork Harlequins closing in on a treble, I think it is, Rodders, for the season.
Well, do you want to count them out? There's the Cup, the T20.
It was the T20, the Munster Senior Cup, and this one.
And this one. If they can get over the line. Still a long way to go. First ball safely negotiated.
It's the end of the over.
35 overs gone, 101 for the loss of 8 wickets. And just a quick update from Kerry. County Kerry are now 83 for 8 with 2 deliveries to go in the 31st over. Brian Hare 10 off 20 and Imran 12 off 25. They'll be disappointed. County Kerry, they had high hopes for this game. Now it's still not over, however they are up against it at this point. They now require Quite a lot of runs to chase down 164 that Cork County set them. Just moving on to the Bangladesh game. Bangladesh 143 for 4 off their 20 overs. Ireland in reply 5 for 1.
Big blow there with Gabby Lewis getting out.
First ball.
First ball as well.
Yeah.
Amy Hunter still there and Ola Prendergast. Amy is 3 off 7 balls and Orla's 2 off 4. They're up against it a little bit. Hopefully they'll be able to pull it out of the bag. So O'Reilly will continue.
5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 3. He's matching the figures of Brandon. Arslan Anwar now must be the main man for Limerick. And the first 2 strokes, well, throw in there from the extra cover fielder doesn't result in a overthrow. Down the track, this is coming towards us. 6 runs for Arslan. What a shot. His first boundary, it's 6.
He's showing intent there. That was very close to us, Rodders. We've been nearly hit a couple of times during the whole season. I was flinching a little bit.
I was waiting for that ball to crash into the top of the gazebo and take it all with it.
And you said to me, can you take the net? We have a net up in front of us. Can you take the net away? I don't think so. I think Arslan has decided that he's going to take this game by the scruff of his neck. And Rodders retrieved the ball there. Well done, Rodders.
It's interesting. We've been on about the whole season, banging on about how we're going to retrieve the ball. How hard is it to retrieve the ball? Well, there you go. That ball landed in behind us.
Yeah.
I muted my channel, turned around and got it.
He's gone again.
And
that's taken.
Taken by Devon. A big wicket for Cork Harlequins. They know it as well. Arslan again going for the big shot. He has to depart for 17. Limerick now. Well, that was a big wicket. 107 for the loss of 9 wickets. Great catch out in the deep by Devon.
He had to come around a long way. That reminded me of reminiscent of the one by Abdul earlier on.
That is correct. So Mir Hamza's going out to join his mate. 107 for the loss of 9 wickets. 35.4 overs and, well, this could be it.
1 wicket to get now.
1 wicket here for Cork Harlequins and the Premier Division title will be theirs. I know there's a lot of interest down below in the Mardyke. They'll be keeping tabs on this game.
They are doing their best as well.
They are indeed. County Kerry 90 for 8 off 32 overs, but it will all be in vain should Cork Harlequins take another wicket. However, this is a very strange game. Stranger things have happened. Limerick require 66 off 61 deliveries. There's 1 wicket left to go. An appeal for a stumping not given by the umpire. Did they cross, Joe? So it's Abdullah's on strike.
Thanks very much.
No problem. Yeah, Abdul on strike. He's got the long sleeve. So it's a big, the atmosphere starting to build around Cork Harlequins, around Farmers Cross. The tension is rising.
Well defended there by Abdul. And that ends another over by Kieran O'Reilly. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 9 now. Economy of 1.5. As the Haribos are opened up here in the commentary box.
Looks like it's going to be Matt Brewster to continue from the city end of the ground. Mir Hamza had a really good start with the ball for his team. Now has some job to do with the bat. They're a long way adrift. 66 runs required for Limerick. 1 wicket for Cork Harlequins. It's been a great game, Joe.
It's been fascinating.
Limerick have played their hand. They've done really well, but just in the batting department, Cork Harlequins, their scoring options have been
limited and stifled.
Yes, that is true of Limerick. But however, Cork Harlequins have made the most of their scoring opportunities. Mir Hamza does well to keep that out. Matty Brewster is zoning in on those stumps.
I think it's been a bowler's game, obviously, today, Rodders.
Yes.
It's spinner's game completely.
Down the track, well kept from Shivam. Good intent being shown here from Mir Hamza. Just has to keep his eye on the ball.
He's looking to whip that away.
Good to see Abdul coming down, just having a word there with his friend, telling him
he mightn't be used to this pace either, Rodders.
Well played there from Mir Hamza. 4 dots.
This is good experience for the young man. And he's doing quite well.
It'll be interesting here. One would imagine the plan here for Cork Harlequins is stumps, but that could go awry. Good shot there from Mir Hamza. Fielded at extra cover. Sorry, fielded but point by Zubair. 5 dots. He's doing well here. He's keeping out the Harlequins bowlers. I think really that catch on the fence by Devon was critical, wasn't it, Joe?
It was, but unfortunately for
Arslan Anwar.
He was running out of partners as well. Guys who could strike the ball, and he had to go for it. A bit like Kieran in the first innings, who played himself in, and I knew he had to go for it, knowing that he had 2 inexperienced batsmen coming behind in Abdul and Mir Hamza.
Yeah, absolutely, Joe.
So, look, I won't say that he'll regret it, but he had to go for it there. But isn't always about one man? There were other players there that had got in and they didn't take advantage once they were in. Played some loose shots. But that goes to say for both teams.
Abdul on strike then. Facing Kieran. Keeps that delivery out.
And that's played on.
That's it. Kieran O'Reilly has bowled Abdul, and that is the moment where Cork Harlequins have done the treble. They won the Senior T20 Cup, they won the Munster Senior Cup, and with that wicket of Abdul, they have won the Munster Premier Division 2022. Congratulations to Kieran O'Reilly and his Cork Harlequins team. They have beaten Limerick Cricket Club by
66 runs.
66 runs, the margin in the end. Commiserations to Arslan Anwar and his team. a valiant effort from them. They just came up a little bit short with the bat.
I'll just go through the scorecard there.
And Joe, very quickly before you go through the scorecards, a wonderful achievement for Cork Harlequins. Commiserations to Limerick and also commiserations to Cork County and County Kerry.
Indeed, rather, it has been a good season for Cork Harlequins and the other teams as well. You know, the league has been stop-start. I think that'll change next year, and it's always difficult to start a campaign again in mid-August, late September, or mid-August, September. But the cricket's been great this season. So look, let me just go through that Limerick scorecard there.
A nice round of applause there for both sets of players as they make their way off the field. The scorecard, Joe.
Yeah, so Arslan Siam was LBW to Esmat for 12. He was looking good. Sarfraz was run out by Kieran O'Reilly for 2. Asaf Hussain was LBW to Senan Jones for 6. Musawar, who was in and was playing really well, was caught by Kieran O'Reilly, bowled by Adam Hickey for 20. Samuk was trapped LBW for Brandon Kruger for 18. Arslan Anwar was caught by Devon Joyce, just there, bowled by Kieran O'Reilly for 17. Nishan Kumar was caught by Mubin Ali, bowled by Kieran O'Reilly for 13. Shani Alam was LBW by Kieran O'Reilly for a duck. Yunus Mahmood was bowled by Matthew Brewster for a duck. Abdul Baki was bowled by Kieran O'Reilly for another duck. And Mir Hamza was not out with nothing for no runs. Sorry, there were 19 extras, 107 runs altogether. For the bowling, Sen Jones 5 overs, no maidens, 1 for 28. Esmatullah 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 18. Zubair Hassan Khan 3 overs, none for 13. Brandon Kruger 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 6, an economy of 0.86, unbelievable. Adam Hickey 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 28. Kieran O'Reilly 6.2 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 9, economy of 1.42. And Matthew Brewster 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 4, an economy of 1. So yeah, there are the scores. Meanwhile, we'll just go down and have a look at the Mardyke.
And while you're doing that, Joe, the players staying in their whites, the Cork Harlequins players, for the team photo.
Yeah.
And the chairs and all the bells and whistles are just being prepared for them now.
The Cork County scored 164, County Kerry 92 for 9. And Brian Hare is out just a few moments ago for 12.
Hit wicket.
Yeah. Oh, God.
That means he must have stood in the stumps or the bat or the helmet.
He must have came back. I'd say he came back.
Yes.
Imran Patan is still out there on 18. And Farouk Hussain, our friend, is not out on naught. Extras are 19, so that's 92 for 9 of 35. Meanwhile, Ireland are 27 for 2. Amy Hunter is on 18 with 2 fours. Laura Delaney's in there with just on 7 runs. Orla Prenkas was caught by Jolty, bowled by Salma Khatun, sorry if I pronunciate, on 2. So 27. Here, I'll get it. I'm trying.
And that's that, Joe. That sums up. That's the end. Thank you very much for all those comments there as well.
Yeah.
Merrill Jackson Limited. Well done. And Merrill as well. So thank you all so much for commenting and liking and subscribing and sharing the stream using your social media ways. So thank you very much for that.
I just want to say, firstly, thank you to Munster Cricket.
Yep.
For providing the stream today and for the last, I think, 10 games that we've been commentating. I want to thank all the people who've come on commentating over the last year, or the season, sorry. There must have been 15, 20 people who've come and helped and commentated. And finally, I'd like to thank you, Eric, for all your hard work and dedication and commentating this season. I hope you've enjoyed it.
I have.
You have?
I have indeed.
Yeah.
And Joe, thank you very much
You're welcome.
for all your hard work and travelling up and down and arriving at grounds early to do more or less everything.
I know I've been a pain in the ass at times, Rodders, but I apologise for that. But it happens.
Well,
but lastly, I'd just like to thank everybody who's joined us. We've had Munster Cricket have had over 10,000 views over the games, and they're so happy with it. And I hope everyone out there has enjoyed watching and following each game. We've seen some cracking games, some abysmal games, some games in the rain like the Junior Cup final.
Yes.
We've been at plenty of different games, the T20s, T20 finals, Munster Senior, Junior, Minor Cup finals, the National Cup, was it second or first round down in Spa. We've been up in the hills watching on the other channel
that's right, yeah,
the All Ireland T20 semi-final. And hopefully we'll be around to more grounds next year.
Absolutely, we'll go to a ground where you are and live stream your club matches. So
I think we'll leave it at there.
Let's do that.
Yeah. So from Rodders and myself, we'd just like to say thank you, good night, and God bless.